with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with JewelleryMaker.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with JewelleryMaker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our JewelleryMaker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques. We here at JewelleryMaker know how popular our 10-strand mystery packs have been, so we're bringing them back. You can get your hands on these completely random lucky dips for just £25. This works out to just £2.50 per strand, but be warned, it's while stocks last. Add this to your order and you won't be disappointed. Just ask for this code whilst on the phone to our call centre on 0800 644 655, or simply type the code into our website and add to your basket. JewelleryMaker, giving you the best deals on genuine gemstones.
Happy Valentine's Day and welcome to the Designer Inspiration Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are of course going to be making it worth your while because we've got so many treats to bring you, including of course that very special strand of Tanzanite, but the biggest treat of all is the beautiful Claire. Claire's here with us today.
Thanks very much.
How are you? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
You look gorgeous.
Thank you very much.
I have to say, the Tanzanite would go with your dress rather beautifully.
It would, wouldn't it? Yes, definitely.
You like that? Absolutely gorgeous. This is coming up sometime after 2 p.m. Round about 2:30, I believe. Say again, sir? Yeah, around about 2:30 p.m. we're going to be bringing you that strand of Tanzanite. don't miss out on your opportunity to add Tanzanite to your order, of course. Now we've got incredible kits today. They're very eclectic, something for every design scenario really, but I believe the focus is kind of moving into the spring and summer seasons, is that correct?
Very colourful, very, very colourful, yeah.
There we go. I have to say, it's very warm in the studio with my full suit on, or maybe it's just my illness that's providing me with this lovely
Are you poorly?
warmth. Yeah, I won't come too close.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So you didn't notice?
No, I didn't.
Oh, that's good.
I didn't.
I'm pulling it off then. Yeah. So yes, we are going to kick the show off today with this fantastic combination of red agate, 2 strands of red agate. And I have to say here, 2 complete variations in terms of the cuts. So you've got your organic nuggets, quite delicate in size, lovely colour tones there, aren't they? Kind of ruby reds, tangerine tones, golden shades there, and then you've got this more almost apricot colour tone from these kind of triangular shaped rice beads. So 2 strands, and we are going to give you an add it to your order price. The reason I say that, of course, if you are new to us, 1 P&P per day here at JewelleryMaker of just $2.95. Take advantage of this as quickly as possible, and producer Phil says he's going to kick the Valentine's show off, as he means to continue right up until 5 p.m. with ridiculously low prices. $6.95 is your add it to your order price today for 2 strands of red and orange agate there, and you've got all of that fantastic combinations of colours on the strand of nuggets. Little more consistency in the rice bead like shapes, but you've got that triangular like dynamic to the actual beads themselves. I think that this colour tone's pretty multi-seasonal really. It's going to work no matter what design you actually want to include this with, because of course in the winter it'll add warmth to your designs. In the spring it will go very well with the pastel shades. In the summer it will give you that vibrancy, and of course you've got all those autumn kind of fall colour tones in there as well with this particular look. Winter Sunsets is the name for this bundle. Should be $6.95. Christina, who is currently present in the building today, she's in the workshop with resident designer Sheila. She made a beautiful tiara for her wedding. And you could emulate that look with this exact bundle. There you go. $6.95 for both strands. It's a wholesale deal on genuine gemstones today. That's what we do here at JewelleryMaker. We've already got people multi-buying this one. Yvette from the West Midlands, you've just grabbed 2 of these. Lots of people piling this into their basket today. That's the way to do it. Don't forget to check out to avoid disappointment. We have got a short queue forming on our free phone line. You're only investing your money on the phone lines, of course. Best thing to do with a deal like this, add it to your order, benefit from the 1 P&P per day, get it home, see the gemstones in the flesh, make an informed decision. If it's not perfect for your designs, then you can always use your 30-day money-back guarantee to send it straight back to us. More multi-buyers coming through now. Laura's got 2 of these as well. 30-day money-back guarantee on this particular deal. If you've got this in your basket, take advantage as quickly as possible. We only have a limited number available on this one, I'm afraid, and we've got more than 10 people with it sitting in their baskets. People are starting to come through now on the free phone number to grab this for just $6.95. Got a huge carat weight involved with this bundle, of course, because the nuggets themselves come to you in an 80 centimetre strand, so that's kind of twice the length of a traditional strand, so you're getting a lot of gemstones on there, and these are very, very sizable gemstones. They're fantastic, aren't they? Do you like this one, Claire?
I do. It's very it does remind me of autumnal autumnal colours. But yeah, I think it would go very well with the bright colours of the kits coming up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so the orange is in there.
That's very true, isn't it? With the kit that's coming up just shortly, this would be a perfect add-on, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It would just fit in perfectly. Look at that.
The threads as well, beautiful.
Oh yeah, actually, because you're getting so many reels of thread in this. These kind of colour tones.
That's it. Yeah, it was exactly those 2 I was thinking. Yeah.
There you go.
Be fabulous.
We're in tune today, Claire. There you go. That's how we want it on our Valentine's special here on the Designer Inspiration Show. We have got this kit coming up for you around about 1:30. Don't panic. All the inspiration from Claire is on its way. People are taking advantage of that incredible deal. $6.95. Now, oh hello. Put together a little deal with our silver-plated findings. Love these. I think these are very designer-esque actually, aren't they? These large S-hooks. Quite in keeping with a lot of the kind of high street looks actually, I think, because they're a bit more statement-esque, aren't they?
Yeah, very much. I think there's a lot of like asymmetric, isn't there? So using them as a real feature in your design.
Yeah, that's a good point actually.
Yeah.
So you could use this rather than a gemstone as the feature of an asymmetrical piece.
Yes, yeah.
You could even use them to upcycle certain things, couldn't you? If you wanted to create a new strap for a handbag or for a belt, something like that.
Yeah, I think Ali's friend, she makes bikinis, doesn't she? And so you could use them, you know, as the swimwear, just on your shoulder.
Fantastic, wouldn't it? Yeah. So there's lots of different design scenarios. You're never limited when you're working with any of the findings here, but particularly when you've got something like this that's going to make such an impact within your design. So how many of these S-hooks have we got? 10 individual. You do get the jump rings on the end. They're little jewel jump rings as well. I'll show you those because they're quite useful. So very easy to connect these items. Actually, you could use the S-shaped hook as a clasp, and then you'd only need one set of the jump rings, and you could use the other jewel jump ring for something else, I suppose. You've also got 50 pairs of silver-plated shepherd hooks as well. So it's a great way to kind of stock up on your essential finding. Shepherd hooks probably the easiest piece of jewellery to create. Most people start with a pair of earrings, don't they? And if you are trying to create profitable designs but at affordable prices, silver-plated shepherd hooks are the way to go, I would say, particularly when you've got 50 pairs. Now, lots of people are coming through to actually check out at this price of $11.90. I'm not surprised, really, because it is already amazing value. We're not even staying there. We are going to take it down to a clearance price, or what I like to refer to as an add it to your order price, $7.95. So if you've already been inspired this morning by some of Mark's designs, some of the incredible deals that they have brought to you on the morning show, and you've paid that $2.95, that will last you right up until midnight this evening. You can continue to add as many items to your order. You're only ever going to pay 1p&p. Right now, silver-plated findings, 50 pairs of shepherd hooks. Let's just show you exactly how many you're going to get. Look. 50 different designs, and then you've got your 10 S-shaped hooks as well. All of this for just $7.95. Okay, these are really starting to become very popular on our phone lines. There you go. We've got familiar multi-buyers coming through. Yvette in the West Midlands, you've got a craft fair coming up, haven't you? As you're multi-buying these deals, you're taking advantage of the value that we're able to offer you this afternoon here on the Designer Inspiration Show. If you want to get hold of this deal, once again, it is a little bit limited in availability. By taking these items, bundling them together, we create a wholesale deal, but it does limit the amount of stock that we actually have available. No. All right. Yes, I think that's it. Okay, I'll share this with our audience rather than having a conversation with somebody off screen. My producer just said that we want to get everybody involved today. So everybody who is enjoying their Valentine's Day by watching the show, we want you to text in. I was going to go for something a little more romantic than this, personally.
Has Phil come up with this?
Phil's come up with the text of it. You know we're in trouble, guys. He wants to hear about your Valentine's Day disasters. Only if they are focused around hilarity and not genuine crisis. So we want some comedic ones. Can we do a jewel one then? Can we get people to text in about Valentine's Day proposals? Yeah, you like that? It always goes down well. I love the idea of people getting, engaged on Valentine's Day. Okay, so your Valentine's proposals for the romantics and your Valentine's disasters for the cynics. That's the relationship that Phil and I have. I'm the romantic, and Phil's the cynic. Linda takes in and says, I want that kit. Let's have another look at the kit. It is pretty extensive how much stuff you get, isn't it, Claire?
It's an enormous kit.
Was it pretty inspirational to work with?
It was. I've spent so much time going back and like, oh, I could do this with it, I could do that with it. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant kit.
You know what, producer Danny, who's coming up at 5 PM with the Late Show, he did comment on just how much jewellery you had created.
You can
like,
just,
wow,
yeah,
quite a
keep
array of
going and
jewellery.
going, yeah.
So it goes so far. Is that because of the threads as well as the gemstones, I suppose?
Both.
Wow, okay. Right now we're bringing you silver-plated findings for $7.95. Don't forget, coming up in roughly an hour's time, you can add Tanzanite to your order as well. It's coming up. Kate from the West Midlands has texted in just now. I woke up to my cat dismantling my necklace, which she later brought the leftovers to me. Was that today, do you think? Was that a disaster? Today on Valentine's Day? Oh no. Claire in Bristol texted in and said, my first Valentine's date when I was 17, he had a suit. I was really impressed. Then a seagull flattened his shoulder and we ended up in fits. That's quite a good icebreaker though, isn't it?
It is an icebreaker, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
Good sense of humour, isn't it, though, if you laughed at it?
That's true. You have to laugh if something like that happens, because it's a natural disaster, that one, isn't it? There's nothing you can do about that. Okay, fair enough. Okay, we're going to move on, and we're going to bring you some true sophistication now in the form of faceted black agate. We've got it in 2 different cuts, and the facets are absolutely gorgeous because they give you fantastic lustre. Love this lustre. Just screams evening wear, doesn't it?
Very much. It's very sparkly from here.
And look at that. It just coming to life as the light is reflected off the surface of the gemstone. You get this beautiful lustre. The great thing about the jet black gemstones, of course, is that they give you that neutrality. They work with any other colour tone. Actually, we've got these coming up from a different bundle very, very soon. Rhodonite hearts. Then you've got the pink tone, but the black banding kind of links in with the black faceted agate. You like that? I think that works quite well for those romantic designs. Here we go. So we've got your faceted rondelles, which are 8 by 5 millimeters in size, giving you 150 carats, and then you've got the faceted rounds, which actually graduate in size from 6 up to 14 millimeters in size. That's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Now, that's already a fantastic price. If you were to buy them individually, considering you've got 300 carats of faceted black agate, we'd already be at £10.90. We're not staying there. We're going to give you add it to your order prices all day long. We want to give you Valentine's treats. Should be £10.90, down to £7.95 today for that particular deal. Again, the only drawback is the amount of stock we have. It is a little bit limited, so first come, first serve. As always, we do aim to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs. So the quicker you get involved, the better. And of course, if you've got it in your basket, check out immediately. Otherwise, you could be, I suppose, a bit scuppered by the phone buyers. We're never going to limit anybody to one of these bundles, so if you want to multi-buy, you can. Lots of multi-buys already coming through for this one, and I have to say, it's flying out the door. Black agate, faceted varieties that go with any other gemstone. You've got to grab this while you can. It looks fantastic there in the recording. That's much more similar to what you're going to experience when you see this when you get home. Hayley's already texted in to say, I was dumped on Valentine's Day via online messenger. Who's this punk? He's no good for you, Hayley. He or she, whoever it was. No good for you. Not having that. Not having that. What's going on in there? What's the controversy in there? Tom's received a Valentine's, but he's not sure who it's from. It's the nature of the beast, isn't it? It's the whole point of the day. He's worried that it's not really from his true love because he doesn't recognise the handwriting. Is that what it is about? £7.95. Are people sending in more hilarious text messages, Phil? Oh, right. You're laughing at Tom's Valentine's card, are you? Okay, so keep your Valentine's disasters coming in. Seem to be more popular than my Valentine's proposals. Shall I tell you what inspired me to do that? The first year I worked here at at the Genuine Gemstone Company, I was producing on Gems TV, and it was Valentine's Day. I asked people to text in their most romantic Valentine's Day, and one lady texted in to say that she was proposed to in New York on 5th Avenue, but he had shut down Jimmy Choo's, and she got to go in and shop in private and pick out 2 pairs of Jimmy Choo shoes.
That's quite inventive, isn't it? Yeah.
Are you a bit envious of that proposal?
Yeah.
That's an impressive proposal, isn't it? She actually bought 2 Larique rings that evening as well, so they were clearly quite affluent members of the audience. Other shoes are available, of course, from other designers, but that is actually the show she went into. The shop she went into. Marilyn from Merseyside. Come on, Liverpool. Text in say, I told my hubby no cards or flowers, so I can spend more on JM. I like it. I like her thinking. That's good. Okay, they are very, very popular, those black agate strands. So if you've got them in your basket, you need to check out. And Phil, very optimistic about the next bundle. In fact, very confident. He says, if you're not on the phone lines early, you're going to miss out. It's going to be a sellout. That's his prediction. Ooh. I agree. I absolutely agree. Have a look at this. It's these Baroque pearls, isn't it? They're beautiful. 100% natural. And you've got this kind of organic finish. So you've got this gorgeous finish, this almost frosted-like finish to the pearls. Absolutely beautiful. It gives you that organic finish. And then Claire's birthstone, beautiful garnet. They're like little petals, aren't they?
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
Like little rose petals.
Gorgeous, yeah.
This is quite Valentine's Day.
It is.
Actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're going to challenge you with this bundle, I believe.
Yes, yeah, you are.
All right, okay, so we're going to see what Claire comes up with working with these 2 strands throughout the show. But, I mean, for me, this is a no-brainer. You need these Baroque pearls. They are absolutely fantastic. They're 10 by 8 millimeters in size, so you've got slight elongation to the shape, but actually you have got these organic irregularities with these pearls. That's the nature of the Baroque pearls. Shows your customers that you are able to source the real deal, that you're working with Mother Nature's finest creations. And then I have to say, this is exactly what you want to see from garnet. I'm going to hold this up actually, because we want a little bit of a light to pass through this so we can appreciate the combination of the deep red and the purple hues. They're almost like a Merlot kind of tone that you get from garnet. This has the reason that I have to hold it up and it almost looks jet black when I hold it down is that it has a single refractive index, much like a diamond. So the light will pass through this garnet at 1 speed, and therefore you really need to appreciate that kind of inner glow. The colour tone seems to emanate from the centre of the gemstone. Adds that extra dynamic, that extra quality to the gemstone. It gives you this rich saturation of colour. Absolutely beautiful, almost like pomegranate seeds, aren't they? They've got that juicy-like quality. Now I'm just looking at this and I've just noticed that pearls and garnet, gems of distinction quality garnet, was already at $9.90. We're not even staying there. We're going even lower, $7.95 for both of these strands. That is absolutely out of this world in terms of a price point. That's less than £4 per strand. Pearls and garnet. Okay, unsurprisingly, about 20 people have just put this into their baskets and they're instantly checking out. We've also got people coming through on the free phone line to take advantage of this deal, $7.95 for pearls and garnet. And we've got a message come through from Denise saying, hi Ed, I really want to see which cufflinks you have on. Okay, I'll show you. They're quite interesting actually. They were created for me as my leaving present when I left the Late Show by Tech Up Sam. And lots of people said they wanted to see them. I'm not messing around today. I'll show you this one because I love the Labradoresses on this one. Bezel set Labradorite, everyone's favourite. I had to go with everybody's favourite, didn't I? Check out the Labradoresses on that. You like that? Top quality. Sterling silver, bezel set Labradorite. Don't mess around. And Ken has messaged me saying, Ed and Claire, you look very smart. Nice to see you made an effort today. Keep up the good work, Ken. I always make an effort, Ken. Unbelievable. Well, actually, that is true because Lucy did pull me on air in my spandex the other day. That's what she was calling it. It's just my lycra cycling gear. She was like, why are you wearing spandex?
I did see that, and her
Oh,
face.
did
Yeah,
you?
I did. Her face was with a picture. It was very funny.
She's still talking about it. She pretending she was traumatised, but really, I think she was just loving it. That's right. Okay, so many people coming through for this one, taking advantage of the deal. Garnet and pearls for $7.95. I mean, this goes to highlight the buying power we now have at JewelleryMaker. If I go back sort of 2 years, when I was part of the management team here, there's no way that we would have been able to bring you this garnet at that kind of price point, because I think this strand alone would have been $11.95, maybe $9.95. But to bundle it with organic pearls and bring you that wholesale deal for $7.95, that is quite incredible. That looks to me like it is going to be a sellout deal, certainly if everyone wants to check out their baskets. So we'll move on. Are you already inspired by that one, Claire?
I am. I just can't believe with that, because the shape of those garnets, you get so many on that strand because they are crammed together.
Ah, that's a good point, because the finer, the tapered end is on the strand. You've got so many gemstones on there. Great point from Claire.
Yeah.
It's a massive benefit. Okay, we'll move on. Okay. Does this also include the clear quartz that's next to it? Yes? Oh, wow. So this is a 3-strand bundle. You know, while we're being nostalgic and going back a couple of years here on JewelleryMaker, when I was part of the management team, we launched the first ever 3-strand bundle here on JewelleryMaker. And at the time, we weren't quite as large as we are now, even as the Genuine Gemstone Company. In fact, where I'm standing now was part of the call centre. So this was all the call centre. We were all in one building, and we only had a certain number of phone lines to cover all 3 of our channels. And I launched the first 3-strand bundle. I was all excited. And we gave an amazing price point for it. And we actually made the phone lines collapse. We had so many people phoning in to get a 3-strand bundle for the price point that we give it. And yeah, I got in trouble. The operations manager, the manager of Gems TV, John Bennett, Steve Bennett's brother, who is part of the board here at JewelleryMaker. He was telling me off. Everyone was telling me off. We had so many people flying through to take advantage of that kind of value, because at the time we only really traditionally brought you single strands of gemstones. Lucy will remember those days. Now, because of the way we've developed as a company, and of course as a channel, we can bring you this value day in, day out on every single show. We're about to prove it right now, because you've got your clear quartz in the bicones, you've got the beautiful multicoloured quartz, and you've got that shell pearl there for $7.95. I can tell you, when I first launched the 3-strand bundle, it was $9.95 for those 3 strands, and I managed to collapse the phone lines doing it. Told you, that's the way our buying power has increased as we move in. We've been going for about 5 years now. Our 5th birthday will be on May the 4th, but obviously we probably started a little bit earlier than that because we had to plan everything and get the stock in. So yeah, it's probably around about 5 years ago now when the first JewelleryMaker shows were being put together. Wow. You can see here familiar names coming through on the free phone number and at jewellerymaker.com to take advantage of these deals, recognising that we offer you the best value on the market. Quality from that shell pearl. I mean, it looks like the real deal, doesn't it? And you've got the uniformity of the rounds there, so that's the benefit of working with shell pearl. I love this multicoloured quartz, because you've got this real kind of array of colour tones, from rose pinks to plum tones. You've almost got cognac hues coming through there as well, so it's a real combination of colours which gives you different design opportunities. The clear quartz, again, another beautiful neutral. In fact, you could put those alongside these, I'm thinking. Little spaces in between.
They'd be great, wouldn't they? Yeah, space them out, so you've got with the
then you'd have enough for a bracelet, maybe.
Yes, you would. Yeah, yeah, and it would really highlight the sparkle on the black. Yeah.
True, actually, because these aren't faceted, they're known as bicones, so they're going to just sit and add something to the design, but they're not going to steal focus from the lustre. I love that idea. So really, this could be a bundle that you use to make other gemstones go that little bit further. In fact, you could put the shell pearl alongside your organic pearl, couldn't you? Again, it's going to make everything go that little bit further. So this could just be used to kind of increase your stash of gemstones. You're always going to need the feminine colours. You're always going to need that natural kind of shimmer that you get from the shell pearl, and you need the neutrality of the clear quartz as well, don't you? Perfect spaces in that bicone shape. Would you use these together, Claire?
I think so. They're making me think, because there's a lot of if people who do bridal jewellery, so they'll have a lot, won't they, of fairs coming up, things like that, and it's making me think of just, you could, you know, separate them out, and just because they're really, really delicate hues, they'd be beautiful.
I like that, actually, because you could almost get away with wearing those as a bride, couldn't you? Just subtle pink tone, aren't they?
Yeah, very much so. Or, you know, in amongst all the other, if you're having clear and pearl, say, in a tiara, and just a couple of them, it'd be beautiful. Yeah, perfect.
Ah, so it's a bit of a bridal bundle, really. And $7.95 for those 3 strands. I have to say, I think that first ever 3-strand bundle we launched was probably something like 3 strands of jasper, something like that. And now we've got bicone clear quartz, we've got this multicoloured quartz, we've got these shell pearls in these perfect rounds, and the amazing price of $7.95. So many people taking advantage of that. I'm not surprised. You can continue to add that to your order while there is stock available. We've had another text, and Madeline has just texted you to say, "Hi Jem, just received my craft bag and I'm filling it. I look smart, Ed." I look smart, Ed? No, look smart, Ed. Right, okay, sorry. I can't read. Why are you so against me looking smart, Phil? It's throwing him today. Come on, you come in a tux. Not my favourite sentence on JewelleryMaker over the last 5 years has been uttered today. If you've just tuned in, we're watching Phil inflate. Phil, if you have just tuned in, Phil is wearing an inflatable tux, and Lucy had him on air to show, he deflated and then he re-inflated on screen, which was quite hilarious. Catch all of our shows on our YouTube channel. Okay, I believe we are now going to launch our very inspirational kit. There's a lot going on with this kit, I've got to say, guys, so get involved as quickly as possible. It's inspiration time. Welcome back to the Designer Inspiration Show here on JewelleryMaker. Very, very exciting show. It's Valentine's Day, and love is in the air, and everyone is going to fall in love with this kit. We know you're all waiting for that Tanzanite. It's coming up in an hour. Don't panic. Tanzanite rondelles coming up in 59 minutes time now. So don't panic, it is coming. But right now, we're about to bring you this fantastically eclectic kit. I'm going to have to go through these threads first because they're so amazing. To get these thread spools elsewhere would cost you a small fortune, I would suggest, because you've got every colour of the rainbow. In fact, I'm not going to have enough room here, am I? There's so much. I'll try and cram them all in. Oh. Okay, there we go. Quite kind of gemstone colours, actually. So you've got kind of apatite blue, emerald green, lavender, amethyst. Could be apatite. I was going to go aquamarine. Yeah. kind of chrome dioxide, citrine, morganite. What will we go for that? Topaz or chalcedony maybe, yes. Mandarin garnet. That's Colombian emerald, that colour, isn't it? Right there. Ruby. Fuchsia agate. Like it, Phil. Straight in there with your fuchsia agate. I was going to go pink spinel myself, but there you go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 spools. They've all got 200 metres on them. (2,400 metres of thread. That is a lot. You're quite right. It's 0.5 mil in terms of its gauge. This is the nylon thread. 2 kilometres of thread. I could virtually get home with that. I don't come that much further. That's amazing, isn't it? If I ever lose my way home, I could do a Hansel and Gretel kind of scenario on my bike on the way home. 2,400 metres of thread here. Amazing. That's not all you get. You can see there, we're also giving you your memory wire. That's going to be very popular, especially if you've been watching Mark this morning because you're a chips and nuggets fan. Of course, his favourite design is his chips and nugget bangles, isn't it? And we've already brought you the perfect Baroque pearls to set into those designs. In fact, I'll tell you what, the red agate nuggets, the Baroque pearls, on the gold memory wire as those bangle designs. Probably get 2 or 3 of those designs out of that collection. Fantastic. That's just one design scenario, but let's have a look at the gemstones. This is where people start to make their decision about this kit. Oh, okay, I'm just being told huge number of the kit are already being allocated to people's orders. People can recognise the value in this. I mean, I have to say, if you kind of are traditionally involved in other crafts, maybe you've got a sewing machine or card making, that kind of thing, and you go to, I don't know, craft stores or haberdashery shops, for example, you'll know the kind of price point you can pay for those spools of thread alone. Now, we've got your magnesite kind of rondelles or saucers, 450 carats. Then we've got the more irregular sized shapes of the magnesite, and you've got 700 carats there on the slices, ranging in size from 14 by 11 to 24 by 10. Look at these huge slabs of side drilled agates, almost shield like shapes. In fact, you've got the same kind of rainbow spectrum of colour going throughout the kit. So you've got that on the magnesite, you've got that on the thread, and you've also got it on these very, very gem heavy pieces of agate. And then to give you that kind of traditional finish, that metallic shimmer, you've got your coated pyrite, and that comes in the yellow gold, the gunmetal, the silver and the rose gold finish all across the one strand itself. You can see everything you're going to get in terms of your gemstones right there. I mean, it's a real explosion of colour, isn't it? Now, if you were to buy all of these items individually, $50.55. That's already amazing value when you consider the kind of carat weights we're looking at here. In fact, what are we looking at? Well over 1,500 carats of gemstones. You've also got your memory wire. Then you've got over 2,000 metres of thread. Doesn't even sound fathomable, does it?
You're not going to run out, are you?
Not anytime soon,
No.
Certainly not. Should be over £50. We're not going to stay there today. We're going to give you a designer inspiration prize. £36.95. It's a whopping saving, isn't it? Down from over £50. £36.95. Wow, that's all I can say about that. Very, very popular. So many people have put this in their basket. You need to start checking out. I have got a queue on the free phone number, and I'm just hearing from producer Phil that he thinks this might be the most popular kit that he and I have ever brought to you. I mean, granted, we've only been doing shows for a week together, but still, this is, it has been a very impressive week, though, hasn't it? And this is probably the most popular kit so far, partly to do with the opportunity here to add 2,400 metres of thread, well over 1,500 carats of gemstones, and the memory wire should be over £50, now down to $36.95. Got about 40 people with this in their baskets. You're right, you make a fantastic point there. Producer Phil just saying, one consideration is that to get all of that in one P&P of $2.95 is in itself pretty ridiculous, isn't it, Claire?
It's an incredible offer. In the same way with the garnets of the shape of the gems,
yeah.
You know, you really have to see to believe how many you actually get, because they are crammed on there.
That's true. If you take this one strand of magnesite, look how many gemstones there actually are on there. Actually, I'll tell you what, if you were ordering this today, when are we thinking it's going to arrive? Probably midweek, so but next week, so Tuesday, Wednesday kind of time. Imagine that for the half term. That'd keep the kids busy, wouldn't it? They'd love to work with those gemstones. But I can see how once you start to colour graduate them, we saw this yesterday with our magnesite bundle, once you start to colour graduate them, it kind of gets the design ideas flowing, doesn't it? Because you don't have to keep them in that kind of spectrum of colour. You can actually pinpoint the turquoise tones, the pinks, the yellows, the greens, and then pick the colours that suit the outfits that you usually wear. Okay, I believe this kit is approaching limited availability, so I'm going to head over and see what Claire's been creating. Amazing.
It's quite a lot, isn't there?
There's a lot going on here. Oh, love that.
Thank you.
That's fantastic.
I think as it gives you, there's so many different gems in there, different shapes, sizes. You can really play and be experimental, and you know, just a fabulous kit for that. Really lets you just be free and you know, have a different play with things. Maybe take, you know, try things that you haven't tried before. Okay, so you can be a bit more experimental because you've got so many gemstones to work with, and you've got all of those threading materials as well. Yeah. Absolutely fantastic. This is incredible because you've really gone from both ends of the spectrum here, haven't you? Sort of everyday, quite wearable designs to showcase pieces as well. But that's why it's a brilliant kit, because it lets you have some sort of a very vibrant feel, or a very, you know, a bit more of a subtle, you know, like the yellows with the pyrites and the golds. Really lets you. That's beautiful. I mean, you can see that in a boutique window. I love that piece. That's gorgeous. You can see there, just using the combination of colours on the pyrite there. Fantastic. Okay, $36.95. You've got that in your basket. You do need to start checking out now. The designs are just absolutely phenomenal. Thank you very much. I love this design here. This is very holiday. It is, isn't it? Yeah. It's a holiday piece with your white linens. Let your gemstones do the talking on that one. Yeah. But you've kind of colour graduated them. You've chosen little spectrums and then mirrored that throughout the design. I did, yeah. So I took them all off, and I was a little bit, when I first cut the strand, I did think, oh, am I doing the right thing? Right. Just because, like I say, there are so many gems on there. But yeah, and then I just sort of put them all into like little rainbow groups. So beautiful. And then you've got the kind of more feminine combination here with the pinks and the purples. Yeah. So many different design scenarios because you've got that multitude of gemstones and all that thread as well. 2,400 metres of thread. So which of our designs are we going to be I'm going to show a couple of things, just so that just to give a few ideas with the threads. I mean, in another way, it's sort of I think when you get a kit like that, it, I'm not, you know, I don't really knit or crochet or anything like that, but seeing all those threads made me have a little look online, and so I'm going to try. I don't know if you've heard of tatting. So I think if you get something like this, I haven't. It's like very delicate lace work. So I just think it, you know, again, it opens up your mind to so many other things. So yeah, look out. Hopefully I'll be learning how to tat. Well, this is the perfect kit then for a designer inspiration show, isn't it? Because it's making the cogs turn, if you like. Yeah. Okay, well. So yeah, I'll start with some. We'll start with some of the just the little bracelets with some of the thread on, and then we'll go on to how you can cage some of these, because they're such fantastic shaped gems. I just wanted to sort of cage some of them in some of the wire. So Okay.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah.
So if we start with, so I'm just going to do the rainbow ones around.
I love that.
Yeah, making the most of the memory wire, and all those are separate, so you could wear as many as you wanted, or as few.
So they're almost like those little cluster bangles, aren't
Yes,
they? You know, the ones where you can build them.
Yeah.
The great thing about that is, I suppose, that you can wear them with any outfit. No matter what you're wearing.
Yeah, very much so.
You have them layered up, can't you?
Yeah, you could.
I love that.
So we'll just start with a. So.
I think I've worked it out. Right.
It's really simple. It really won't take very long, but it just shows you one way to get started. If you're thinking, oh, what can I do with the thread? It's really easy, and you can start there, build your confidence, and then.
We were talking about this idea yesterday of having a kind of go-to design.
Yeah.
Because once you start making, it's kind of like having a blank sheet of paper. Once you've started to write,
that's it. Yeah.
you can develop it.
And sometimes, especially, sometimes you might think, oh, wow, this is brilliant, or sometimes you might think, wow, this is a bit daunting. Where do I start? So this is a really, really simple, just a really simple little bracelet that I think would appeal to all ages. So if you take some of your memory wire, and I just snap mine off with my pliers. So, and then if you take some of your thread.
I mean, the other great thing about having all of this thread in the kit, of course, is that it appeals to so many different disciplines at the moment. So
very much so, yeah.
Kumihimo,
yeah, very much so.
All of those kind of designs as well.
Right, so all I'm going to do, I'm just going to take the little tail. So I've got my memory wire, and just make a loop knot. So just like that. And then I'm going to slip that onto there. So just tightening it up on the wire. I'll just trim that end off. Keep it out of the way. So open up so you put your first knot on and tightened it up onto the memory wire. Keep your little tail out of the way, and then just so I'm right-handed, so with my right hand I'm just splaying out the memory wire a little bit, just gently, not putting too much pressure on any work circle because I don't want to kink it. And then in my other hand, I'll just get that in shot, I'm just going to take the thread across my palm like that and bring it round again, so I've got like two lines of the thread there. Just take that off the spool a bit. So I'm holding it like this, so if I just do that again, so across my palm and back over, and then I'm going to take my memory wire and just slip it through underneath and pull my knot. So if I just do that again, so all the time I'm just twisting around twice, memory wire through, and pull down. So you can see you're making really, really tiny, really delicate little knots to cover. And this is, once you've done it a few times, you'll get a lot quicker, and and once it gets to, I would say, probably about 1 centimetre, that's when you need to try and think about moving it up to the other end of your memory wire. So just give it a little twist and then move it round to that end. And if you feel more comfortable now at that point, you can just get your round nose pliers and just form a loop at the end, so it's not going to go anywhere, because that's where you will put your gemstone. And once it's at this point, just going to have to split it out a little bit more, and I always get confused at this bit, so sometimes you won't get a proper knot. So if we just have a little play, so you've turned it round and bring it back through. Oh, I'm getting completely in a mess with it. Right, So once you've got it at that point, so keep moving around, and then I don't know if you can see on this tiny bit. Let me see if I can get the blue one. So once you've gone all the way around, so you would go all the way around, and then you can just if you get with your fingers, just twist those knots that you've created. Just twist them round, so you're making like a little twirl effect all the way around. So if we just finish this one off, and then I can show you, and it's entirely up to you. I got a very different effect with whatever coloured gems you want. If you like it to be uniform and you want to,
you could go like colour blocking and choose a completely different colour, or you could keep it quite consistent. This one would go with your dress. It would,
wouldn't it? Yeah. It would. So when you've got to the end again, and what I would do there at the just put a little bit of glue or clear nail varnish just on the end, just to seal that. And again, so if we turn that one out, it's a little bit tougher than normal because obviously it's the memory wire, but just keep bending round. So trim off. Can't find my scissors, sorry. So if we remove that, and then all you need to do, so I've picked, so I'm going to have orange with that one, but on some of them I put blue. So we're just going to do on your head pin, I'm taking some of those, just push down, and again it's entirely up to you. You could have a jump ring on the end and have a cluster of gems. It's just a really, really versatile design. So we'll trim that off there. And then open up your memory wire, and on each side, so put 2 of your gems. So a gem on each side.
Nice combination, isn't it? The orange and the blue.
Yeah, so you would put those. So that is just a really, really, really simple, just a really, really simple bangle, but it's a way of using the threads.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, you can imagine those being really popular at craft fairs, can't you? Because you could, I mean, the amount of time they've taken, you make them really affordable.
Very much
like
so,
add-on sales, really.
They were, when I did my craft fair, they were, it was a lot of those little bracelets, little cordy bracelets that were really, really popular. Right, I think it was something like, I think they were £3.50 each. Okay. And then, or 3 for, what would it be, £9?
Three for 10 or whatever.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay, I'll just better make everybody aware of that. I've got 10 kits remaining in stock that are available, but I think I've got 40 people with it still in their basket, so it's oversubscribed for all intents and purposes, but until you check out, you're not guaranteed your item. So on that note, we're going to take the graphics off screen because it's going to be a sellout deal essentially. We're going to give you another opportunity to add some more cords to your collection, and I already know the popularity of these because I did the morning show on Thursday. I had people texting in to tell me that they'd paid more for 6 individual bobbins, just the bobbin reels, not even with any cord. 6 of these bobbin reels on a popular auction site online had set them back more than our whole collection, including the cords. Of course, you've got 10 meters of each of the satin cords on each bobbin reel. So I mean, for your Kumihimo artist, everybody says that. Yeah, Sarah, who's our Kumihimo artist, actually said exactly that. She doesn't know anyone that doesn't love the rainbow one. Yeah. You could just literally emulate the design you've just shown us, but in that, I mean, people would love that, wouldn't they?
And you get a really, really different effect because it's much chunkier. So yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, with the satin cord, it's slightly different, wouldn't it? Yeah. So you've got pink, purple, red, green, orange, blue, navy blue, the rainbow effect, the black, and the yellow. All on the bobbin reels. Now, if you buy them all individually, £24.50. As I say, that would work out at less than £2.50 per. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, just checking. Less than £2.50 per bobbin reel. Anyway, but that's not where we're staying today. We are going to take them down to £9.95. That's £1 per reel. And because, as I say, somebody was texting in the other day to say that on a certain website, they paid for 6 individual bobbin reels £10. So you've got 10 of the bobbin reels, and you've got 100 metres of satin cord for less than £10. How many of this bundle do you actually have available, Phil? Okay, we only have double figures to begin with, and we've got a lot of multi-buyers coming through for this one. So again, I'm expecting it to be another sell-out deal. As often you can see how many people's names are coming through instantly to grab that one. Penny's got 2, Anne's got 2, Byron Lester's got 2, Laura's got 2. £9.95 for this incredible satin cord bundle. So amazing deal. We'll leave that one with you, and we'll go on to the next demonstration.
Right, so this next one is a really quick demo of, again, this bracelet at the front, just how you can get different effects with your just the different threads, and how just a simple knot, but also to think when you've got that much thread, you know, have all your blues, or you know, you've got 2 different
Right.
blues, the greens. You don't have to go a rainbow. You would get a very different.
Colour's a
effect.
huge part of design, isn't it? And playing
Massive.
with colour to see how they kind of work within the design. This is something that you can learn as you make, I suppose. Yeah,
very much. And you know, you have got some quite, you know, masculine colours in there as well. It's the different colour combination that you choose.
Sure.
So if you just sort of line up all your threads together and grab the end. And if you tie a normal, just an overhand knot, so I've got it like that, and so you're just going to give yourself enough of a tail at the end so that you can work with that when you're going to put your finding on the end, and you're just going to tie your just an overhand knot, and then you decide what space you want in between. What you could also do if you want to put jump rings on there to you know, separate them out. You can get a lot of different effects. So if we go, and I'll just tie, and I'll group the knots quite close together. It's lovely silky thread, so don't worry if there's you can sort of twist them in between your finger and your thumb, and they will sort of straighten out. There we go. And so if you keep doing so, vary the distances, you'll get a very different effect. Doesn't have to be uniform. Keep pulling through, and in each knot you'll get a different colour combination of to see which colour's coming through the most. And that's when you can use these wonderful gemstones that I really loved. Is it quartz? They're called shields.
They're agate shields, yeah. They're gorgeous, aren't they?
Absolutely brilliant shape.
And again, once you've kind of colour graduated them, if you like, they have a different look, don't they?
Very
because you've separated out the purples and the blues and the pinks and the greens here, and they do look more high-end, I think. I think that is the thing. When they're all clustered together in the colour tones, they almost do look reminiscent of more fashion-led jewellery, but once you start to kind of place them in a design like that, very sort of boutique style design,
yeah,
isn't
very
it?
much so, yeah, lots of different looks.
I love that combination. Gorgeous, isn't it, with the ring as well. Beautiful.
Right, so I'm just going to trim off when you've you know, have an idea of how long you want. So I'll just trim off those there. So then what you could do is separate a few of them out, and that's when you can put your plain jump rings or your decorative jump rings. So you could do that all the way through. That would give you a very different effect. Just sort of like gather them up, and you can, if you take some of the ones that you put in that previous jump ring and put some of them on there. So when you've done that, and obviously tie your knot.
Getting lots of lovely feedback for you today, Claire. People are loving your.
Oh, that's really nice. Thank you very much.
Geraldine's just texted in to say that she can do tatting It's beautiful
Oh,
for delicate
wow.
jewellery, and will look amazing with all the bright coloured threads. And Claire, your designs are lovely.
Oh, thank you very much, Geraldine. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, Debbie's also texted in from Lancashire. Says, "Hi Ed and Claire, love the designs. Is the thread thicker than cotton?"
It's a little bit thicker, isn't it? Yes, yes, it is.
It's 0.5
Yeah.
mil is the gauge. So I suppose it depends what gauge of cotton you get. But Emily has texted in to say, Emily, Scotland looking... Is that Emily from Scotland, do you think? You're right, okay, sorry. Looking very smart today, Ed. Keep it going. I've only had 2 Valentine's cards when I was a child, and I think one of them was from my dad, from Emily.
Aww.
Well, I have to say, I actually couldn't get out my front door this morning. Couldn't find my keys.
Ba-boom.
I'm here till 5. Don't switch off though. Claire's here too.
So I'm just gonna get the round my wrist and just see sort of where roughly I would want it so that it sits. So I'm gonna take off and then just use my the ribbon cords. And again, with this, I would take a little bit longer, and I would use a little bit of glue or clear nail varnish to make sure that I got a really good, secure, fasten on these, because I wouldn't want all these threads coming out, because you have got several threads in there. So just on that, and how I've got it with the loop hanging down, and again on this side. So again, if I just test it out again on my wrist, so take my other ribbon cord and secure that on there. And then, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to then, just because I think it looks really nice on, to have, like little dangly little charms.
Yeah.
On your bracelets. So that's, so if you take one of the shields, it's one of the smaller ones.
Yeah, you've got a real variation of sizes on there, haven't you?
You have. They're really handy for, because you can, it's a whole suite of jewellery. You can do different,
yeah, you can have feature
rings,
pendants,
yeah.
Solitaire rings, and you've got charms there. Yeah, fantastic.
So if I just put that to one side now, so I've chosen one of the smaller ones, and I've got, I think this is 0.8. So if I just take some of the 0.8, and then I'm going to push that through the drill hole, which is a really brilliant drill hole. You can get
sizable, isn't it?
Yeah. Don't know if you can see there how good that is.
I mean, you've got room there. I mean, you could get 1.25
yes, very much so. I mean, you could get a couple of those through there. So I'm just going to so with my finger, and you can use your fingers or pliers. So I'm just going to bend that really, really close up to that straight edge, and again on that side, and again really, really close to those angles, because what I don't really want when I've finished, I don't really want it to be slipping about. So spend a bit of time bending your wire really, really close to those angles, and then with your pliers, if you just bend that one straight up. There we go. And keeping it nice and tight. So if you take your second tail and just wrap it and really, really close, push down as hard as you can with your finger or thumb or pliers, whatever, and just for that first loop to be really nice and tight next to the top of the gem there, so that it's not going to move around too much. And so I would do two with that bottom tail, and then trim off really closely, and then take your round nose pliers and leave yourself maybe a couple of millimeters to do a couple of wraps, and just so bend out, wrap round, and then you're going to wrap this tail all the way around, and you're going to try and get it so that you've got on the front of it, so it's a nice clean continuous wrap there. I'll show you that. So just squeeze in, and so then turn over, and you've got your other little point there, and if you try and marry those up.
It's nice because it not only gives you a you know, professional finish and attention to detail, but also creates a little bit of detailing.
Yeah,
it?
very much so, and practicalities in that, you know, that if this part is sort of dangling from a bracelet, you don't want any. You really don't want anything.
You don't want a
sharp,
sharp edge, yeah,
for your skin and clothes. So just go around and just squash those in, and then if you get yourself, take one of these jump rings. And then it's entirely up to you where you choose to. You could have it, so you know, like how you have like a little dropper on a necklace if you wanted it, or whether you put where you place it. So if you just attach that to your jump ring, close that up. So then you've got your. So then you would just trim off these bits. And if you've got, you know, your thread zapper or a lighter or however you choose to do it,
sure.
And a little bit of glue, probably not all at the same time, that'd be dangerous, wouldn't it? But you know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there you go, so you've got just a really, really simple.
Absolutely beautiful design, love it. The bobbins now look like they're going to be a sellout deal. Jean's just texted. The single figures of availability remaining in stock, but again, oversubscribed in terms of how many people have got it in their basket, so first come first serve. First people to check out will be successful. Jean's just texted in to ask if they're the larger of them. They're the smaller bobbins, perfect for your Kumihimo discs, of course. Looks to me like that's going to be a sellout deal, but while there's stock available, you can continue to add it to your order. The kit is in the kind of same scenario, really. There's single figures available. There's, I think, 8 officially in stock, but there's 40 people with it in their baskets, so we are a little bit oversubscribed. We are going to bring you another deal. This time we've got your detailed findings. We're just looking at the way to finish that piece, weren't we? These are really interesting.
They're fab, aren't they? Yeah.
They're gorgeous.
Yeah.
They're actually right up your street, aren't they?
They
go
are.
with your more contemporary designs
Yeah.
perfectly. These are really interesting. I don't think I've ever seen these findings before. I'm sure you're going to correct me now, Phil. But these detailed kind of silver-plated earring findings. I suppose you don't have to use them for earrings, but I think that's their intention, isn't it? Well, it depends how you want to use them. But yeah, I've definitely never seen them before. They've got this sort of spring-like detail or feature within them. And you've got... How many pairs of those do we get? Let's have a look. You get 10 pairs, is that right? 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 pairs of the fancy earring findings. You got 5 of the detail turquoise. These are quite beautiful as well, because it's not a traditional rope effect, is it? Okay, so all of these findings have been seen before, but they sold out so quickly that we've got them back in stock and we've bundled them together to create a wholesale deal. Can't say fairer than that, can we?
Can't.
So you get 5 of these detailed turquoise. Oh yeah, those are the little featherweight headpins, but they're massive. They must be 50 mil. Oh, typical. They're 51 mil.
They are so useful. I'd say they're one of the things, you know, that you use most.
Yeah. Well, this is great because we used to back in the day. Sorry to be keep going back to the past, but you know, regular viewers will know what I'm talking about. We used to have a lot of problems with the drill holes in the finer gemstones, the faceted rondelles, for example, the pearls. Now that we've got the featherweight headpins, that's no longer a problem.
No, yeah, so they're definitely the best ones with the, you know, like gems of distinction.
Yeah, because I mean, we've got Tanzanite coming up in 25 minutes, so they'd be perfect for those kind of designs. These are silver-plated headpins, the featherweight ones. You get 100, and they are 50 millimeters in length. And then you've got your flat headpins. They're 40, I presume, are they? Oh no, they're 50 mil in length as well. There you go. Can't do it wrong.
No.
Shows I haven't got a straight eye in my head, Claire. They're the same length. They're 50 mil as well. So you get 100 of your silver-plated flat headpins, 100 of your featherweight headpins, 5 of your fancy toggle clasps. There's something kind of vintage about the detailing.
There is, isn't
there?
Yeah.
So you've got your vintage look there, and then for me, these are kind of steampunk or
and you could,
kind of
you could, like you say, you don't have to just have them as earring findings. You could straighten them out, and then that could be sort of like a feature point, because a lot of necklaces at the moment are on trend, just really simple, just a few gems.
Yeah, they're kind
detail.
of really spaced out, the gemstones, aren't they? Almost lariat style.
Yes,
Yeah, so that could be a detail in the design. Okay, we're going to have to bring the price on screen. These are being allocated very quickly. It's another deal I expect to see selling out this afternoon. We are going to give you the most incredible price. We're going to take all of these under £10 today. So you get 10 pairs of your fancy earring findings, 5 of your tall glass, 100 featherweight head pins, 100 flat head pins, all for £8.95. I mean, that is fantastic,
It's a brilliant
isn't it?
Yeah, brilliant.
I'm a bit taken aback by that value. I feel like I'm saying that every day at the moment, but the buying power that we have these days is just truly unbelievable. Okay, again, lots and lots of familiar names, people who watch the Designer Inspiration Show every single day, or certainly when they can, coming through to multi-buy that deal. That's the way to do it. That's the way to make the most of the 1 P&P per day that we offer you as well. You can see there how quickly people's names are coming through to grab that one. Trudy just got 4 of these. Samantha's got 2. Laura's got 2 as well. Amazing. £8.95 for that particular deal. I love these little earring findings. They're so impressive. I think it's just because I've seen them before as well. They've got something interesting about them, and that's going to draw people's attention to your designs, isn't
Yeah,
it, Claire?
very much so, because they are quite unusual, aren't they?
Yeah,
they
it's
really
not the
are.
kind of detailing that you'd see
No.
traditionally in jewellery either. Really something a little bit special there. These are, as always, flying out the door. £8.95 for that particular bundle. Just going to, for anybody that's just tuned in, taking advantage of that deal, we're going to just have another look at everything that Claire created from the kit that we're working with at the moment, just to bring everybody up to speed.
A huge kit.
Yeah, it was rather substantial, wasn't it?
Brilliant.
Over 2,000 metres, in fact, nearly 2.5 kilometres of thread. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? And then you also got over 1,500 carats of gemstones and your memory wire. All of these items will be photographed and put onto our Facebook site later. We've had a quick question, actually, Claire.
Oh, right, yeah, okay.
Hi Claire and Ed, loving the show, both very smart, thank you very much. Can you use a flush cutter to cut memory wire? If not, how would you cut it? I know the answer to this.
I know who this is texting in.
Oh, it's Aid.
Yes,
from Kings Norton.
Aid is my aid. Because he went to pick up, he was like, because it was scattered everywhere at home, and he came along and wanted to like have a look at things, and went to pick up the memory wire and my flush cutters, and it was like a slow motion. I was like, no, leave it, cut it down.
This is an in-joke between you and a member of the audience. I like it.
Yeah, these do not ever use your flush cutters to...
Never cut memory wire with flush cutters.
Aid, stay away from...
Aid knew that, really. That was a tongue-in-cheek question from Aid. I like it. So Aid is your aid, and you had to come to his aid. Yes. Because he's about to damage your own aid. He's going to damage your flush cutting pliers.
Yeah, he would have been in big trouble. So yes, that's that aid. So no, never use your
flush cutting pliers on memory wire. Aid, I like you. You're hilarious. £8.95 for the silver-plated findings. And so, which of our designs are we now going to do?
Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to just do a really quick how to cage the gemstone, because these are really interesting. I think they're called shields, aren't they?
They are. They're described as shields, but they're a little more irregular than we normally associate with that cut, aren't they? Yeah, because you've got a variation in the sizes. Yeah,
so I thought what would be a really nice way is to leave it so that you can have a little bit of movement in the, if you're wearing it on a necklace or whatever you decide to put it on. So just so you've got a bit of movement in that stone to really, really get the full effect of that gem. So how you can do that is to cage it, so it's not actually connected to anything, but you put the time into the set. Yes,
of the setting, yeah.
So it's a bit sort of like
a
kind 3D.
Of thing that you'd expect to see in, like when you see kind of local souvenir stores that have gemstones. That's the kind of design you see in there, and there's the kind of boutique style designs. I love it. Something a bit different. You wouldn't associate with mainstream jewellery design. Yeah.
I mean, they're quite statement pieces. I mean, look, it depends what gauge wire, and you can go quite delicate, but obviously you still need a bit of rigidity for the structure of it.
Of course.
So on this one, I'm going to use this is 1mm wire, but you can go down to 0.8 on it. So right, I've cut off. That's probably about say 20 centimetres, something like that. So I'm going to cut off two lengths the same. Try and get them as nice and as straight as possible. So straighten those out. And if you need to, if you use your, you can use your nylon just to get any kinks out. It comes off, so it's nice and straight. Because obviously you're not going to be able to do anything once you start wrapping it. So I'm just going to put those in a cross shape. And then I'm going to get some 0.4. So again, I'll probably take maybe an arm's length.
Okay.
So hold your two thicker gauges of wire, and then just anchor with a couple of wraps onto one of your pieces of wire, and then if you just again a couple of wraps on the next one, and we'll go over this way. It's a little bit fiddly at first because they might slide out, but a couple of wraps on this one, and I'm going to trim off that tail now, and just with my pliers just fold that little piece in. And again a couple of wraps on that one. So I've gone round each of the 4 wires with a couple of wraps, and when I'm quite happy that that's reasonably, I mean, it's still got some movement, but that it's a reasonable level of security with those wires. So then I'm going to, starting at this point, I'm going to go over this wire here once, wrap under, bring it over under the next one, keeping it nice and tight, so pushing it down with my nail, and then over on that one, again nice and tight, bring it over to the next one, sorry, yeah, under on that one. And this is the point where it's up to you. I'll just do a couple more and I can show you. So whether you want a really closed base, or whether you want, because this part here is going to be the base of your pendant. So how tightly you put your wraps around here is going to be whether you want to be able to see through your base, or whether you want it quite a solid structure. So that is dependent on the gap that you would leave between each wrap, if you show you there. So again, so I'm going over that one, nice tight wrap, under that one there, and over, and you can see quickly you start to build up a nice structured piece. So you're just going under and over, under and over, keep going, so that you are getting this really structured square. It's a little bit like it's just a bit like a spider's web, isn't it? You could do something with your designs with a nice, nice little spider on there. That might look quite nice. So you can see really quickly you're starting to build up that base. It's getting larger and larger, and you're just going under and over. Obviously, when you're at home,
I suppose this is the idea really behind the inspiration show itself, just to sort of give people the skeleton of a design, if you like, but then you can express your own design within the piece. Can't you? If you want to make more intricate wire work, then you could. Yeah, very much so. So you can see how quickly that is building up. So what you would do at this point is not just sort of keep going on and on, you would have selected which gem you want. So then you need to really make sure that is going to sit. So you've got a little bit of room. So with that one, I'd probably say maybe just a couple more of going round
and then I know that it's going to have a little bit of movement because that's the effect I want. If you want to sort of know that it's going to be really, really just sitting within that little cage and it's not really going to move, then you would make this little base a bit smaller. So once I've got that base, if I take my my pliers and then just leave yourself from that last little wrap at the end a couple of millimeters, and then just turn up. And then I go around and I do exactly the same on all four corners. Leave a few millimeters because you don't want that wrap sliding up onto that straight. So again, just keep moving around. And so you go all the way through. So you've bent them all now, so you've got sort of that little structure there. So, and again, all the time, the different stages of your that you're doing it. So you're going to test with your gem that it's a good size. So if we take some more 0.4, and I take quite a big bit, the big bit that you feel comfortable working with.
Okay.
Because what you don't really want to be doing, it's not the end of the world, but what we don't really want to do is to have to add any at this point. So a longer bit that you feel comfortable working with. So if you pinch all the those sort of the long tails up there, so it's a bit like a little teepee, isn't it?
It is.
So I think that would look okay, and I'm going to leave that much space. So where I'm happy, I just pinch there and start. So I'm going to anchor it onto one of my, and it doesn't matter which, just anchor. Just a few little wraps on there so that I know that is secure. And then I'm going to pinch there, and then I'm just going to wrap. Just move that tail out of the way. Just start wrapping to secure those. And if you just keep an eye, because it may get a little bit distorted, so just have a little, because you've still got some movement in it, you can just move it round so that it's nice and even on all sides. Again, keep wrapping. Maybe push it through underneath that way to give it a bit more security. Just keep wrapping till you feel that you're happy with that. So, then I'm just going to take that bit. Now, what I would do at this point is I would leave that tail on because then what I would do, I would wrap back up, and some of these I'll be using. I'd make some of that as my bail, so I'd decide which one I wanted as my front, and then I would wrap round. I can just show you. I would hand coil round a couple of front pieces here. So I would leave those tails on. So for as long as you can stand them while you're working, I would leave all tails on because you don't know at what point you might need them. So again, if we take another piece, 0.4, and if we start at one of these corners and just tuck in to anchor a couple of wraps. And then what you're going to do is then you're going to build the crisscross structure going around. So so it's a bit clearer, I'm going to trim off that long tail in a minute. There we go. So, but if I were doing this at home, I would have left those tails on, but just so you can see a little bit better. So I've anchored another piece at 0.4, and again you could go with 0.6 or whatever you feel comfortable working with. So you would, if you're taking it off at an angle, and again I want to see, so would that fall out? So I might bring it down a little bit, and this is a bit where you can be, you can be very structured or you can be quite free with your design. But what you need to do is make sure that it doesn't
fall out.
So I'm just going to wrap and bring that all the way through, and so I'm going to double wrap that bit there so that I know that's quite secure. Maybe pinch it because I don't really want too much movement in that, and then I'm going to bring that same bit of wire down at the other angle to meet the other corner, and then see if you can just thread it through. If you can see, I'm not threading it on the outside into the sort of that void there. I'm going to try and thread it through the wire work that I've done there. So you would continue this all the way around. So you're then going to do onto the other side and do exactly the same. So again, put it through and wrap and round and bring it through. Keep wrapping, and again pinch so that I know that's secure because I don't really want that to move. And up to the other corner. So I've still got a little tail there. So tuck that in, and again, so through the wire work there and back through, so I know that's properly secure. So you would do that all the way around. So I'd just keep going with that. And then if you put your gem in, so what I can tell there is that I need to do a lot more of this structured work because so that it's just fallen out there. So I would need to do a lot more.
So it's just about making sure that the gemstone is secured within the cage.
That's
isn't
it. Yeah, that's it.
Well, while you're just securing your gemstone in place, we're going to give people one more incredible deal here for threading material. So we've already brought you your satin cord bobbins. We've brought you 2,400 meters of thread. And now we're going to bring you the weaving cord and the elastic. So really stocking up on our threading materials today, aren't we? So the bright weaving cord is 0.6 mil in size. Oh no, sorry. No, so that's the elastic. The weaving cord's 1 mil. Taking too many cold remedies, I think. There we go. So this is all 1 mil, and you get 10 meters on each reel, 2 of each. So 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 meters, 2 of each colour tone. You've got the beautiful royal blue. You've got the amethyst purple, ruby red, the citrine tone and the silver. So 100 meters in total, 20 meters of each. The 0.6 mil gauge is for the elastic, and you've got 10 meters of each reel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you've got 100 meters of elastic. So if you were to buy these separately, they'd be £12.90. I think everybody knows that we're providing you with Valentine's Day deals today, and Phil's about to massacre that price. Should be £12.90. We're taking it down to Bargain Town, £6.95. Should be £12.90 down to £6.95 for your weaving cord and your elastic. I mean, these would be very in keeping.
Brilliant, yeah. I mean, those with the, the first bracelet, be brilliant. The way you get another beautiful, really silky effect with those. They're gorgeous.
So all the threading materials that we've brought you could emulate the first design that we demonstrated.
Yeah, very easily.
Okay, the only problem with this, it's not so much a problem, but it's just a bit of a drawback if you're not on the phone lines as quickly as possible, because we only had double figures of availability. In fact, we've got fewer than 50 remaining in stock already because so many people are flying in to take advantage of that amazing price. £6.95, should be £12.90. That's already probably the best value on the market for these items. But yes, less than 50 people now have the opportunity to grab this. If you've got it in your basket, then you need to check out as quickly as possible. It's just £6.95. That's another amazing price point today, I have to say. Now, lots of people may be thinking, well, I already know I'm going to get my order up and running in about 4 minutes time, Ed, because I intend to grab that gorgeous strand of Tanzanite. We've got it for you. It's a Valentine's Day treat today. I'm excited. Claire's just wishing she was at home so she could
I
grab it.
know, I know.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? That's coming up in about 3 or 4 minutes' time. We've got a little question for you, Claire, actually.
Oh, right, okay.
It's come through from Linda saying, how would you use these pieces? Is this the weaving cords that we're talking about? Oh, okay. Well, we're saying about the bracelet.
Yeah, I mean, I
What comes to
don't...
mind?
I think probably wrapping round, I mean, if people have seen before, I quite like if you've got a structure, say you've got the, I wonder if I've got any, but you can, even use the lollipop sticks and you mould those, or, when you have, like the plastic.
Oh, yeah.
And so using those as a base
Right,
for,
okay.
with the sari silks and
Yeah.
the threads. So I'd probably have a little go with those of just sort of wrap it round just to give yourself a bit of a base. But that's because you tailor, don't you? Because
Sure.
again, I can't crochet or knit or anything like that, so
Okay.
I'd look for a different, of really just simple.
But I suppose
tying knots.
if I gave them to Mark, he'd macramé. If I gave them to Sarah, she'd kumihimo.
Yeah.
They're perfect for all of those kind
Very
of
much
techniques,
so,
aren't
yeah.
they?
Very much
so there you go. Good question, actually. And it's nice to tap in to your sort of design insights there, Claire. In fact, we've had lots and lots of comments coming through for you.
Oh.
Eileen texted in to say, hi, Ed and Sarah. I think you mean Claire. That is such an amazing idea, as all your ideas are.
Aw,
Hope you feel
thank
better
you.
soon, Ed. Great show. Thank you, Eileen.
That's lovely, thanks,
There you go.
Eileen.
Janine texted in to say, what beautiful designs, Claire, and so well explained. I'm going to give it a try. Many thanks for your inspirations. That's Janine in
Oh,
Glasgow.
thanks, Janine. Thank you.
And they're still coming in. They can
Oh,
pass.
dear.
Julie as well, saying, hi, Ed and Claire. What gauge wire are you using, please? So,
Right, so for this one, I've got a 1 millimetre as the main structure, and then I'm just wrapping with this bit with 0.4. You could, if you felt more comfortable and you're okay wrapping with it, with the 0.6 on this
Okay.
on this part, and I have sort of built these out of 0.8 as well. But obviously they're a lot more delicate.
sure.
So you can see that I've just demonstrated that is not enough because it's just fallen out.
Falling out, yeah. So you'd have to do a little bit more.
Yeah, but that's at that point
wire
you need to
wrapping.
put it in and really have a little, and that will help you. And you can just sort of like freestyle up the side here.
It's a good way of expressing your own design skills within that piece, isn't it?
And you get very, very different looks.
I
Don't
mean, you could go for really intricate weaving,
Yes,
couldn't you?
yeah.
But you'd need enough gaps
so
for
that you
the
can really see
gemstone to actually come through.
the
Yeah, of
gemstone
course,
there. Yeah.
Amazing.
So you just do it like that, and then there's another one that I was working on. So you would just coil up.
Oh, I love that finish.
So it just sort of gives you a little, just a little added detail, and then you would. So if you'd chosen before which ones were going to be your bail, so you would make your, and you can weave around these or however you choose to, and so I would just maybe tuck round. I've used this technique on the next kit as well, so and just you get very, very different effects with the coloured wire. So I'd make my bail at the back and just sort of splay them out a little bit. Obviously you would spend much longer at home and do a much better job, but splay them out a bit because of how you want it to sit. Have a good think about how you don't want them really close together because it's quite a substantial piece. So play about a bit of what you're going to put your chain or your cord or something, so you want it to sit.
Creating your bail, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
really nicely. And then so these ones here, you can either cut them off or just sort of make your spiral, sort of bend them in. And that's really rubbish, but you know
But
what?
it comes in with a feature of the design. It depends on how you want it to sit.
That's it.
Gorgeous. Well, that's another great design there from Claire. We've got more inspiration coming up throughout the afternoon from Claire, and of course we have got the launch of our allocation of this strand of Tanzanite. It was available last night, but did sell out very quickly, I'm led to believe. In fact, I think we were oversubscribed yesterday evening. We're going to make it available for you in just a couple of minutes. In fact, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, I will give you the chance to own this strand of Tanzanite. First come, first serve, as all our deals are. We'll see you in 2.
Download the JewelleryMaker app today. You can watch our JewelleryMaker shows live, view all the details of the item that is currently on air, as well as browsing all the items from today's show. You can also minimize the video or switch to use as a companion app. Get the JewelleryMaker app today and boost your viewing experience. Join jewellery maker and specialist guest designer Louise Jacobson for our basic wirework course. This class is suitable for complete beginners who wish to learn simple wire wrapping techniques to create stunning structural designs. Louise will teach you all the essential skills to get started, including basic spirals, double connectors and much more. The full course includes a range of different wire gauges, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you. Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. We all know having the right tools for the job is important, so we here at Jewellery Maker have designed a toolkit which includes all your essential pliers for jewellery making, including round nose and flat nose pliers, wire cutters, as well as a bead reamer, snips and tweezers. You've got everything you need for just $9.95. We provide the tools, you provide the skills. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. If you have a question or query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com. Jewellery Maker are proud to announce we are the winners of 8 Make and Sell Jewellery Awards of 2014. We are happy to be the winners of the Best UK Supplier, Best Semi-Precious Supplier, Best Jewellery Making Website, Best Jewellery Making Kit, Best Jewellery Making Workshop Provider, Best for Jewellery Making Tools, Best Bead Brand and Best TV Programme. We would like to thank all of our customers for making this possible and thank you for your continued support.
My name's Karen Rowe. I've been on the wire mesh workshop with Gemma Crow. This is the first time I've touched mesh. I didn't know how to use it. I'd got no confidence at all, and Gemma has been so patient and helpful, and I've actually managed to make a couple of projects which I feel really proud of and know I was capable of achieving, so I'm really pleased with the outcome and I would recommend it to anyone.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for one of the most prestigious launches of the day here on Jewellery Maker, potentially of the year, who knows. Now, we did have a few opportunities to own this strand yesterday evening, but the rest of the stock has been allocated to our show, just in case you weren't available last night and you are tuned in to see my handsome face this afternoon when you're messing around. I think everyone's tuning in for Claire's inspiration, but also one of the rarest gemstones on the planet, one of the most revered gemstones available, one of the most luxurious gemstones associated with elite jewellery design, beautiful Tanzanite. Now, I have to say that the opportunities to bring you Tanzanite are a little bit few and far between at the moment. We know that an industry as a whole are really struggling to get hold of jewellery quality Tanzanite, but we have got the opportunity to bring this to you this afternoon. Wow, somebody's just bought 4 strands of Tanzanite.
I'm not surprised, it's amazing.
I think some people know something I don't. Now, Tanzanite is a very special gemstone because it was only discovered in the late 1960s, discovered in about 67, went to market in 1969, exclusively being sold by Tiffany's at the time, who were actually responsible for the name, Tanzanite. Originally, they wanted to call it Zoyacide, but Tiffany's didn't like that name, thought it had too similar to a word that has negative connotations, shall we say. So they changed it and said, why don't we name it after the fact that it only has that one unique location, and that's why it's named Tanzanite. Now, in such a short period of time, so we're talking about 1969 when it first started to be sold, now it's already being set alongside the likes of diamonds, rubies, emeralds, sapphires. We no longer think of that as the big four. We now discuss that as a big five. And Tanzanite is being placed on that same pedestal. Also, you know, it kind of disrupted things. We were talking yesterday about the way the GIA set aside certain gemstones for each month as birthstones. The only change they've ever made to that original allocation of gemstone for each month in terms of birthstones was Tanzanite, to put Tanzanite as December's birthstone as well. All the best people are born in December, aren't they? The baby Jesus. No, I'm joking. So Tanzanite has really sent shockwaves through the jewellery industry since it was discovered in the late 60s, and we're now able to bring this to you at, well, what I can only describe as a fairly ridiculous price, less than £1 a carat, 25 carats of Tanzanite for $19.95. I only have double figures of stock remaining on this strand. I think a lot of people have been waiting for their opportunity to add this gemstone to their collection, and I mean, it's just gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, we haven't even touched on the gemological side of the gemstone. We've been talking about the impact it's had in the industry, the fact that it's more often than not accented with diamonds set into yellow gold, maybe 9 carat, maybe 18 carat. In fact, the most expensive piece of jewellery I have ever sold here at the Genuine Gemstone Company was a quadruple A Tanzanite, and I think I sold it for around £4,000 on Gems TV, but I'm led to believe that it was valued at well over £10,000.
Really? Wow.
That goes to show you the value that our sister channel offers you on Gems TV. But right now, Gems TV are really struggling to get hold of AAA Tanzanites. You know, that we're just not seeing sizable deposits coming out of the ground over at Tanzanite 1. And the industry is starting now to turn its attention to other beautiful gemstones like kyanite, for example. It's expecting to have, you know, that kind of luxury status provided to it by being set into beautiful designs, but you will have the opportunity to offer your customers beautiful Tanzanite thanks to this opportunity right now. 25 carats of Tanzanite for $19.95. The other thing people love about the gemstone, of course, is that it sits right in the centre of those kind of most popular colour tones, if you like. It's a pleochraic gemstone. In fact, it's more of a triochraic gemstone. You see 3 different colour tones when you look at a Tanzanite, depending on what angle you see it, depending on where the light enters the gemstone. You're going to see these blue or violet-like tones from one angle. You'd expect to see the kind of reddish browns from another angle, and then you'll see the beautiful pinks from another angle. So that's another reason why Tanzanite is so revered. Total luxury here. And if you do want to add this to your order, I will say you need to be dialing the free phone number very soon. A lot of jewellery designers recognising the value that you can get here. Tanya's got 2, Deborah's got 2, Cheryl's got 2, Beverly's got 2, Isabel's got 2, Sandra's got 2, Teresa's got 2, Monica's got 2, Carol's got 2, Michelle's got 2, Anne's got 2, Laura's got 2. $19.95 for 25 carats of one of the rarest and most prestigious gemstones available on the market. Can't go wrong with that. Flair would describe that as a strand that sells itself.
Very much so.
Pays for itself, I should say. Because if you set that into your designs, you know it's going to make you money, isn't it?
Yeah, and the people are going to love it, yeah. I think I would, I'd be tempted to, I would separate them all out and make that strand, you know, go a long
way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And maybe put them with some pearls just so you could really see that beautiful, because it's a mesmerising blue.
Yeah,
It is.
it's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
The consistency of colour actually is one of the most impressive things about the strand. It is that kind of violet blue
Yeah.
across the entire strand. There's no real variations in the colour tone. Obviously you get the variations, which is gemological, but in terms of each gemstone, very consistent on the strand, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. So how many strands do we have remaining in stock, Producer Phil? Ooh. Now, we've got fewer than 50 of these now in stock, but we've probably got about 30, 40 people with it in their baskets. So if everyone was to check out, we'll be approaching very limited availability. Grab it while you can. There's still people coming through on the free phone number. We're never going to limit you to one individual gemstone, so there you go. Pauline's just sitting and said, hi, I bought my Tanzanite strand last night along with garnet. Tanzanite is the year I was born, and my husband's birthstone is garnet. And our husband's birthstone. Sorry, I couldn't see the full stop there. Garnet is our wedding anniversary. That's gorgeous. If you grabbed the garnet earlier on in today's show as well, it'd be gorgeous. And another message coming in from Eileen saying, hi, so sorry Claire, I keep thinking you look like the lovely Sarah. Oh, Sarah Green! That's what it is. You look like Sarah Green. Loving all your designs, very inspiring. Got my mojo back, thanks. I bet that none of these punks in here know who Sarah Green is. You do? Yeah. I know that you're trying to wind me up with that, Tom. I'm not going to fall for that. He's trying to. He said, "Oh yeah, Blue Peter." Okay. We're going live onto our next steal of the day. Smooth, wasn't it? Did you like that? Did you like that? These are beautiful. Actually, I'll tell you what, we've just been talking about putting the Tanzanite with pearls. How about champagne pearls, the blues and the golds?
Yeah.
Love that combination. I mean, the finish on these pearls, these are some of our luxury pearls, aren't they? Based on the way they've been finished. By Mother Nature, of course. These are hand carved by Mother Nature, but it's almost as though she's polished them for us as well. More often than not, when you look at beautiful cultured pearls, you expect to see those organic silts on the outer edge of the gemstone, not on this strand. Beautiful finish. Kind of pearls that you'd associate with luxury jewellery. They're 5 by 8 millimeters in size. I am going to take issue with the colour classification there.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Yeah, they are. They do. I think I've got some my grandmother's pearls, and they're like a real vintage look to them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have said brown is.
They're gold.
Yes.
There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic combination.
I'll tell you what, alongside the Tanzanite, I'm seeing a lot of the pinks coming through in the pearlescence, which is quite interesting. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, that is just a luxury piece of jewellery right there. What? This channel. $6.95 for cultured pearls. $6.95 for gold cultured pearls. I'm actually a little bit shocked because I was expecting to see these even at sort of $17.95, $19.95. I think that would be amazing value for pearls of that quality. When you see these in the flesh, you'll be able to understand exactly why I'm so excited about these. We can get as close as we can to the finish on these pearls. That's one of the things that we're not scared to do here at JewelleryMaker, because we are 100% confident in the quality of our gemstones. Look at that. None of those kind of silk-like inclusions. Just to be clear, the Tanzanite is available right now for $19.95. I'm just putting it alongside the pearls to show the luxury combination of Tanzanite and pearls. But look at that. Those pearls, $6.95. I mean, if you've just come through to grab those Tanzanites for $19.95 for 25 carats, you paid your P&P, that'll last you right up until midnight. That is the perfect addition to your order, I would say. Pauline has also messaged in, say, PS, I also bought pearls yesterday, which is my birthstone. Can't wait to create mine and hubby's jewellery pieces, cufflinks, etc. All bought with my... Oh, is this a Wall of Fame win? Congratulations, Pauline.
Well done, Pauline.
You must have won last week, because I believe my friend Debbie in New Jersey won this week. Or maybe she... Yeah, I think she won this week. Or maybe you're the runner-up. Who knows? But congratulations, Pauline. And you share your birth month with your favourite TV presenter. I don't know when Lucy's birthday is. Unbelievable. Okay, if you're grabbing those for $6.95, then congratulations. Again, huge numbers of people multi-buying. Monica's got 3, Linda's got 3, Sarah's got 2, Mary's got 2, Laura's got 2. Amazing. Okay, we're going to move on. I'm looking at this, and I've just realised that this is going to get me into a world of trouble. 200 open ring, gold-plated jump rings. Hold on a second. Just going to pull the illness card out here. I did promise that I would bring a chainmail design in today, but I have been just lying in bed because my son's been poorly as well. So I haven't really had time.
Was the chainmail going to be my present? Is it? Yeah. So
it's over, isn't it?
So you're telling me now on live TV that you haven't bought me a present? But that wasn't your main focus of it, was it? It was just that
I thought I was going to get in trouble. I thought I'd deflect then to get the abuse in the audience to distract you from the fact that I haven't bought your Valentine's gift, Claire. Now I'm getting in trouble from all angles.
Absolutely crushed.
Did you like your birthday present?
Yes, thank you, but that was a while ago now, wasn't it?
That didn't get me out of the doghouse, did it? Sorry, Claire.
That's okay. I got you one.
No,
I didn't. I'm sorry.
I admit that my heart dropped there. I thought, oh my goodness.
I'm sorry.
Okay, no, it's okay. It's okay. I'm going to make it up to Claire and to the audience by bringing a chainmail design in next time Claire and I are on screen together. Is that fair?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Right now, we're about to bring you gold-plated jump rings. They're 6mm in size. They're open jump rings. Add it to your order price of $6.95. That is amazing. Gold-plated open jump rings, $6.95. Ooh. Now, 6mm in size. I'm thinking if you've got some 8mm jump rings, you can do the helm weave. Chainmail artists know exactly what I'm talking about. Grab them while you can. 200 pieces. Of course, you can't make jewellery without jump rings. That's what resident designer Linda always tells me. You need these no matter what, don't you, Claire?
Definitely. I think, and when you've got enough, enough of a stash of them, I do think it frees you up to just be really imaginative.
Yeah.
Because you're not worrying, about how many I've got to make these last through. You can just really, really go with wherever your mind takes you.
Yeah, you never want to be limited by the number of findings you have in your stash, do you?
No, definitely not.
That's amazing. $6.95 for gold-plated jump rings there. 6mm in size. 200 for $6.95. And we've got lots of designers now dedicated to chainmail. Debbie, Fleur. Fleur made this, in fact, this kind of little, I suppose it's like a slave anklet style slave bracelet, isn't it?
I've not seen that. That's brilliant.
That's really... I love that bracelet. That's the slave bracelet that she made on air because I watched that show. Fleur's my my chainmail mentor. She's teaching me new weaves, you see.
It would have been nice to have seen some of them, wouldn't it?
No, I don't think I'm going to get out of trouble here. Oh, I love that. That's incredible. That's combining the gold-plated jump rings with the rubber jump rings, isn't it? That's a kind of bib-style necklace. That's really gorgeous. That's beautiful. Okay, $6.95. Another add it to your order price. If you've paid your P&P, maybe you were one of the lucky people who grabbed the kit, the first kit. Maybe you got hold of the Tanzanite just minutes ago. 1 P&P per day of just $2.95. I'm being told fewer than 20 strands of Tanzanite remaining in stock. So if you want to grab that, 25 carats one of the most luxurious gemstones on the planet, 1995. Amazing deal. Okay, grab it while you can. We're going to move on. Here we go. We're going to bring you what has been voted as your favourite gemstone for the last 3 years. And wow. Wait till you see this Labradorite. Check this out. This is one of the reasons people love Labradorite, is this optical effect. It captures people's imagination and tends to like sort of turn them on to the idea of creating a collection of genuine gemstone jewellery, doesn't it? Phil says he wants his gravestone to be made out of Labradorite. Kind of 20-something man is deciding about his gravestone. Phil, you're such a character. She said it's just good planning. Unbelievable. Labradorite jewellery here, we've got these beautiful slabs. You've actually got 400 carats on this gemstone. The other great thing about this gemstone, and one of the reasons I think people are drawn to it when they sell their jewellery, is that it is unisex. I'm actually wearing some Labradorite today. You can see it works beautifully in cufflink designs. Probably wouldn't get away with those slabs in your cufflinks unless it might be a bit large, do you think? You can see that there, is it? Look at that. Gorgeous Labradorite there. And the interesting thing there that you can see in the faceted variety I'm wearing, as well as the facets on these slabs, is that the faceting actually allows the labradorescence to move across the surface of a gemstone. It almost gives the labradorescence a focus of a kind of fluid motion to it. I'll show you that right now, in fact. You see the way it moves across the surface of the gemstone, and when you move, people are going to notice that, aren't they? It's going to attract them to your designs. I think a lot of people say that they get their first commission when they're wearing Labradorite because people just stop them and say, sorry, what exactly is that gemstone you're wearing?
They were the first, when I did the craft fair, that was the first item of jewellery that was a pair of Labradorite earrings.
Really?
Yeah.
So, such a familiar story actually, because when I speak to people, you know, because everyone keeps voting it as their favourite gemstone year in, year out, I did ask people on Facebook, you know, why is Labradorite your favourite? Everybody says, because it sells it. You know, when things attract people's attention, just makes you more comfortable designing with it, I suppose, doesn't it?
Very much so. It makes me, you know, I think if you are, I don't know, quite sensitive about things, it's such like a magical, mystical, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Like fairies and unicorns and
I think
things.
that this is a key thing to consider when you're designing jewellery, because yes, there's people who are interested in the aesthetic of your design, yes, there's people who are interested in the gemological side of things, but there's just as many people who are engaging with the more mystical properties of gemstones, and Labradorite, it kind of embraces all of those.
Very
with this,
much
doesn't
so,
it?
yeah.
And this is quite interesting, because we've also got the smaller gemstones here, the little faceted irregular ovals. They're almost mirroring the shapes that you've got on the slabs. Can I just say, the labradorescence, even on the smaller varieties, is very intense. I hope that's going to come across. Look at that. They'd be good for cufflinks, actually. Look at that. Really intense labradorescence there. And it's great the way you've got the greens, the blues, the violet tones. Can you see that all coming through there? And again, the faceting, helping that to come to the surface of each and every gemstone. Absolutely gorgeous. I know that there's people out there who've got, you know, whole drawers full of Labradorite, because, as I say, they just know it's going to be profitable. It has those kind of mystical properties attached to it that help you to sell your jewellery designs. Absolutely gorgeous. Okay, we've got a huge number of people with this in their baskets. As always, you do need to be checking out. Just to be clear, I don't say that to put unnecessary pressure on you. It'd be completely pointless from my point of view, because you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. Only say it to make sure nobody misses out on the deals. Absolutely fantastic, because you've got these kind of stone grey base colours, haven't you, which makes them basically neutral from that point of view. Love that Labradorite. Look at that. That is just spectacular, isn't it?
But then like amazing peacock, like petrol-y colours when you move it around. Yeah.
Gorgeous. Also like kind of like electric blues.
Yes,
and lime greens. Yeah, gorgeous. Okay, half the stock's already been allocated on that one, and again, huge numbers of people with it in their basket, so you do need to take advantage of that as quickly as possible. Over £5 we've taken off the price of those two strands. Should be over £20, taken it under 15. Now we're going to bring you this little chain collection. This is all of our ball chain. It's fantastic if you've got the little clamshell connectors. That's a great way to work with these chain in particular, because they give you quite a contemporary feel, don't they? I mean, you can associate these with accessory style jewellery, or of course maybe the steampunk designs, that kind of thing, which is very popular at the moment as well, isn't it, Claire?
Yeah, it's very, very on trend. The other thing is, I don't think it's here anymore, but the other effect you can have if you haven't got any of the clamshell findings, you can get a really nice effect if you plait them and then just use a wax Y-cone to just hide the ends. Because some people might be worrying, like, well, what do I do with it? How do I, you know, finish it off? You can just get a really, really nice effect if you twist them or plait them. You know, make a nice statement, or depending on how many strands you plait. Or
was that on our late show, or did I just watch it? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. Yes, I thought that sounded so familiar then. Yeah. So yeah, you did show us how to finish them using the wax Y-cone. Yeah, I thought I remembered that. So you've got the 2mm in the silver, the 1.5mm in the gold plated, the 3mm in the silver, and the 2mm in the gold plated. So 1.5 and 2mm in the gold, 2mm and 3mm in the silver plated. If you were to buy them all individually, bear in mind they are metre length, so you've got 4 metres of your ball chain here. It will be £13.80. We're not going to stay there. We are going to take it under £10 today as a Valentine's special, a wholesale deal, £8.95. Can't say fairer than that, can we? Another add it to your order opportunity. And if you want to add that to your order, you know what to do. You can get involved in all the usual ways. Either dial the free phone number or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com, and do ensure that you are checking out your baskets as quickly as possible today, because we're getting lots and lots of people missing out on the deals. I just had somebody messaging me on Facebook to say they wanted to get hold of that 2,400 metres of thread in the kit, but it sold out so quickly that they missed out on the deal. So that just goes to show how quick you've got to be today. Single figures now remaining on the Tanzanite strand. So if you want to add that to your order, 25 carats of Tanzanite for £19.95, but only for, I think, the next 8 people to either dial the free phone number or check out their baskets. There you go, details of that are available at the bottom of your screen. The chain, also proving to be extremely popular, should be £13.90. Another £5 back in your pocket, or the best part of £5 there, taking it down to £8.95. Amazing deals. Okay, we'll leave that on with you. I believe we're going to go to a quick break, is that correct? Yes, so when we return, we'll bring you more add it to your order deals, more wholesale opportunities, and we are going to launch another extremely impressive kit. I'll tell you what, Claire, you're a bit popular upstairs, aren't you?
They're big kits, aren't they?
They are. How
Fabulous.
much stuff have they given you in all of these kits? So this is the... it's not... what I thought it was for a second there. What kind of gauge is this thread we've got here?
It's quite a bit thicker than the other one. I'm not sure exactly what.
This is 1mm. So there you go. So the thread we had on the spools was 0.5, wasn't it? So I thought it looked a little bit thicker. Yeah, it's quite reminiscent of the S-long cord almost, isn't it?
Yes,
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. So again, rainbow spectrum of colour there. You've also got your wire, and then this gorgeous array of very organic-looking gemstones. This is crying out to be created into holiday jewellery for me.
Very much so, yeah.
When you see Claire's designs, you'll understand exactly why I'm saying that. It's our Valentine's special. We're going to launch this kit shortly. Don't move a muscle. We'll be back in 2.
Tanzanite is truly spectacular. This precious gemstone is only found in one location in the world, Tanzania, Africa. Claimed to be 1,000 times rarer than diamonds, Tanzanite is the blue variety of zoisite. Tanzanite is extremely popular due to its trichroic nature, which means that 3 different colours can be seen when looking at the gem from different angles. In Tanzanite's case, these colours are blue, pinkish violet and yellow.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we are happy to announce that our studio store is now open. If you attend any of our courses, you can now browse through special items, get exclusive discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Become an exclusive customer at the studio store. For more information on available courses and dates, please contact our call centre. The new studio store. The experience just got better.
The latest edition of the Lure Book is now available. This highly regarded gemstone encyclopedia features over 1,300 pages full of facts and knowledge. Discover the places, the people and the stories behind every gemstone. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
We all know that you need the right tools for the job. So here at Jewellery Maker, we have developed our very own tool set just for you. In this larger set, we have provided more tools to help you develop your jewellery making skills even further. The kit includes wire cutters, a bead reamer with replacement tips, an awl, tweezers with a scoop, a sliding gauge, a snip, and all the essential pliers you will need. All of this is yours for just $15.95, neatly presented in a carrying case with an embossed Jewellery Maker logo. Stay tuned for more advice, tutorials and demonstrations of jewellery making. We provide the tools, you provide the skill.
Good afternoon and happy Valentine's Day to all of our lovely viewers out there. We have been giving you lovely romantic treats all afternoon so far, as well as fantastic inspiration from the beautiful Claire. How are you, Claire? You right?
Yeah, I'm good,
Have you
thank
forgiven
you.
me yet?
Well, I was about to say, not everybody's been giving romantic treats, have they? I'll let it go now. I'll drop it.
What about the kids?
Yes.
They've been a bit of a treat, haven't they?
They have.
Oh, Claire wasn't in the room. She doesn't know. Right, basically, I promised to make a piece of chainmail jewellery and I would give it to Claire as her Valentine's gift. And I've been too poorly to do any jewellery making this week. She's on your side. She's
Thanks,
yeah,
Claire.
yeah, sure. All right. Do you know, all this is done now is Perry going, how come you were giving Claire a present? Where's my present? I'm getting ganged up on by the Claires.
What a force.
Okay, I'm going to get all of the audience on my side. Now, let's have a look at this fantastic kit. Look at everything we're about to provide you with in this magnificent collection of items. Okay. Now, I think we'll do this in the same way we did it last time. I'm going to show you this fantastic collection of threading cords. These are all 1mm gauge. These are gorgeous colour tones, actually. Once again, kind of spring and summer colours. Almost gemstone-like colours, really, aren't they? Morganite. You've got the beautiful white, citrine, ruby, red. You've got your black tones there as well. Colombian emerald, lavender amethyst, aquamarine, emerald. Then you've got, look at that chocolate brown tone there, like a smoky quartz tone, isn't it? So 10 metres on each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Or did I count that wrong because I'm ill? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Well done, Ed. That's when you know you've had too many paracetamols, isn't it? You can count something twice. You've got 100 metres of 1mm threading cord and wire. So you've got 10 metres of your 1 mil in the turquoise gauge. You've got 10 metres in your 0.6 in the turquoise gauge. And then you've got 15 metres of the what? 0.25 mil. That's a completely useless shot, isn't it? Well done, Ed. Tell you what. See, I told you I'm poorly. Oh, no, Claire's not having it. She said I want my gift. Okay, alright. Now, the reason I'm doing that is because so many people are going to come flying in for the threading materials, and once you see this array of gemstones, there's going to be no stopping you. Thank you, Coral, for my cup of tea. Speaking of Coral, what a pro. I'm back, baby. Here we go. So you've got your shell pearl rounds here, classic kind of ivory white tone. Then you've got your pink coral, which would go beautifully with the lovely Coral's dress today.
I was just thinking that it would be perfect, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you've got these, which can only be described as shell pearl petals. That's the only way I can describe them, because if you have a look closely at these, they're almost like oyster shells. They've got little indentation, much like you'd find on a petal itself. Gorgeous, isn't it? The nacre on that shell as well. Look at that, can you see that? Just caught that. A little rainbow inside there as well. Fantastic. They're quite large, aren't they? Those are the drops. They're 29 by 20 mil. So they're top drill drops, but I mean, they're just petals, aren't they? Crying out to be used as that. Got shell pearl nuggets there. Huge number of shell pearl nuggets. It's a little double strander, 36 inches in length. Then you've got your teal cultured pearls, 7 by 6 millimeters in size. Another strand of coral. This is really, really rare to be able to bring you coral, often associated with kind of summertime jewellery. Has that organic quality to it, but it's very, very difficult to get hold of. We'll only ever source sort of ethically sourced coral here at JewelleryMaker. I don't know how you won't ethically source it, but I don't want to know. As a result, you know, it's quite difficult to get hold of sizable quantities of coral, but we have managed to get 2 strands into one kit here, and then we've got another strand of this beautiful white shell. These are the 20 mil drops. So these again, kind of like petal-like shapes, but still pretty large. And I think we've already provided you with a little bit of inspiration. Mark was working with those earlier today, and he was using them to create kind of dragonfly wings or butterfly wings with those as well. So it depends what you see when you look at these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 strands officially, but 3 of those strands are nuggets, so they're almost like twice the length of a traditional strand. This is another hugely eclectic jewellery kit. Say again. Okay. They are flying out the door. We're about to take over £20 off the price. I've only got 40 remaining in stock. I think it's going to be another sellout deal, guys. £31.95 is your price. Should be over £50. Taking it down to £31.95.
That's a wow price, because you get so much.
How far is this going to go?
So much, yeah, massively. Yeah.
Mesmerised by that price, especially when you consider how much you get. Oh, okay. So if everyone was to check out their basket, I'd only have 20 of these remaining in stock. That's going to be a sellout deal, isn't it? Wow, it's pretty much a no-brainer. For the thread, the wire, and all of those gemstones. I'm going to move over and show you just how inspirational this kit is. Did you love it?
I did. I absolutely loved it. Again, like the first kit, you know, because there's so much in there, so you can be really experimental, try different things, and it just keeps on going. Keeps on going.
It's like a rabbit off a battery advert.
Yes.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 individual designs, they're all pretty gem heavy, they're all kind of statement-esque designs, but I imagine you could have just created so much more as well, couldn't you?
Very much so, and I got a lot of the pink coral left, so yeah, still got bits and pieces left over.
I love this design.
That to me says like wintry, you know, like if you were going to go on holiday, if you were lucky enough to go on holiday now, I'd take that and go and have a...
I like that idea.
Nice and bright, wouldn't it?
Escaping the winter months and going on a little break now. That is spectacular.
Thank you very much.
That's going up on there. We've got a little showcase wall where the most recent designs go up so we can use them on the show. That's going up there, Claire.
Thank you.
That's amazing. I love this collection of jewellery. Actually, it's kind of multi-seasonal, really, isn't it? Because the whites and the blues can be quite sort of Frozen-esque.
Yeah,
I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Do you want to make some jewellery?
Okay. Let it go. Let it go. Taxi! Sorry, Phil. But you know, you've got the vibrant colours, and I'm getting pelters, as you'd expect. Claire liked it. This is gorgeous. Actually, they look like you know, the flowers you see when they do like kind of like location shots of Hawaii or tropical.
Yeah, like and they're not bougainvillea, but that type of thing. Yeah, like up some like beautiful villa and on the walls. Yeah,
they just look gorgeous, don't they? So, which of our designs are we going to have a look at? Are we going to do?
We are going to have a little look at the flower that you liked, so to build that, because it looks very complicated, but it's just simple sort of layering.
Layered designs are really on trend at the moment as well, aren't they?
Yeah, and they you know, they look impressive, but once you break them down, they're really simple to do.
Oh, well, that's the key of
the
show, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so where do we start then?
Okay, so if we start with, and the other one that we'll hopefully do is the little butterfly, because that sort of, I'll start with that one because then that'll lead you into the flower. And also it's a brooch, which is really nice because you know, sometimes you get stuck on.
I don't see enough brooches on the show. I can imagine they're big sellers at craft fairs. Actually,
that's it. I think you can get sort of stuck in a bracelet or a necklace. So it's really nice sometimes to have a little brooch.
That's fantastic.
And
I would actually buy that.
Would you?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. You could give it to me then as a Valentine's present, couldn't you?
Yeah. I'll speak to the powers that be. Okay.
Okay.
Just to let you all be aware that we are now down to single figures. No, a single figure. One kit remaining in stock for $31.95. So grab it while you can.
So if we start with the butterfly, because then you're sort of getting into the working with the wire and the gems together. If I just take one of these, so you take two of the, and these are perfect shapes for anybody who likes to do, like you say, butterflies. I think, you know, Mark did dragonfly earlier, petals, absolutely fantastic, because the way they sit together, you know, you're going to get really different effects. So the larger ones, you know, sitting like that with your petals or pointing out, you know, brilliant. So if we start with, we'll take two of the smaller and two of the larger.
Now that we've seen your designs, the kit has now been a sellout.
Oh, that's good.
There you go.
That's good to hear.
And single figures of availability remaining on our strand of Tanzanite today, so we've put details back on screen for that. 25 carats for less than £20. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. But this is where, I mean, I'd made a lot of the jewellery and was sort of like getting my stuff together last night. And just because you've got so much like that, so the butterfly, I made the butterfly last night. I think I was my stuff was in the kitchen, and I walked in, and there was still some little bits left, and it just came to me like that. And I think when you've got that quantity of gems, you know, the ideas really will just keep flowing. So if I'm just taking some 0.4 wire, and I'm going to just place them out into where got distracted with the...
Well, Lorraine's
thanks,
lovely
Lorraine.
comment. Claire is fast becoming one of the top designers in my opinion. I love her style, and she's so clear when demonstrating. And I think that is a sentiment that's being echoed by other viewers. Julie sits in and say, wow, Claire, these designs are stunning. I love them. Beautiful pieces.
Thank you. I feel very emotional now. Thank you. That's lovely.
Kathy as well takes in and say, hee, ha, ha, ha. Just getting up of my chair. Great singing, Ed. Oh, right. You're just laughing at my hilarious Disney reference.
It was a good one. Right. Okay. I'll try to laugh and cry now.
Do you like my cup today as well?
Aww.
I said to sales manager Scott, it's my only chance to pretend I'm going to have a big day. I don't know, it was in the office. I thought I'd use it.
That might be somebody's special mug then.
I doubt it. Then why would they leave it lying around in the JewelleryMaker office? I hope not. Apologies.
Right. Okay.
We haven't had any JewelleryMaker weddings yet, have we? Pezza, don't you worry. One day, Perry. Right, okay.
Okay, so I've got my 0.4, so taken probably 50 centimetres, something like that. And I'm threaded on the two smaller next to each other. And then if you take the larger ones at the top, so you've got the two large just around the two smaller ones, and then you're just going to sort of push in the same way that you would make a flower, just sort of pull them in to get the shape that you want. So like that, and once you're happy, sort of pick it up and sort of hold it if you can. I sort of flatten them out onto my fingers and hold them in place with my thumb, and then just do your twist. And obviously, as you keep twisting, it'll get more and more secure. So just go steady. You don't have to go really, really quickly, because you'll feel it all tightening up, and they'll find the natural way that the gems will sit together. So if we just keep tightening, so I've got that. And if you feel like you need to, you can just press in a little bit if you can get your pliers in between there, and that will just tighten it up a little bit as well. So you've got that. So I'm going to have that as the front. You know how you said earlier, Ed, with the different, you can get two really, really different effects. You can see there, I mean, that I did contemplate putting them that way on the flower, because you would then, so it would sort of sit up a bit more like that shape, and so you get the contrast of sort of like
it looked like it was in bloom.
Yes,
sort of thing.
yeah.
Do you know what you could also do? You could take two of those. You could take one of those gold pearls that we had earlier and set it in there, almost like an oyster shell.
Oh yeah, that'd be lovely, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Inspiration from the big dog.
Yeah. So you'd like, if you've got those two there, I'll just put it like that.
Close it like an oyster shell, because you've got the little indentation. The pearl would sit in there quite naturally.
Yeah. Could I say that I came up with that? That could be the present, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That would look lovely.
Let it go.
So you've got your butterfly wings there. So with your two, with the wire that you've got here, so this is where you're going to start to, just to give it a little bit more strength. So it's just bring across the centre there a couple of times, and you can see once you start doing that, it really does strengthen it, and it's not going to really wobble around, because you don't really want it to wobble around when it's going to be sat on your top or your scarf or wherever. So I've just gone across, so just done across there, just to strengthen that. So then with your the longer tail, if you just sort of hook that, and then you're going to bring this long tail down the centre of the bottom So it's coming up maybe too smaller. And this is where you are going to then add your next part. So taking the, I think you used the 1 mil. Just take a length of the 1 mil. And again, so using your fingertips or your nylon pliers, just straighten out any kinks. And then just, if you just take your pliers in the center, and then just with your fingers, just push up, so you're getting a nice, just a gentle curve there. And just sort of push in with that other one. And then that is going to become a little pinch on that end, and then this, so that is going to be your the shape of your butterfly body. So you just sort of have a little look, is that the right sort of size? So you might decide he's going to be skinny or he's going to be a little bit fatter, but you want to have sort of where that crossover is where you're going to have the head. So if we have a look, so if I like sort of hold there and start to bend a little bit just on my thumb, because I know that's where I want my antennae to, I want to start making my curves for the antennae. So I'm just bending it just really, really gently, and then I'm going to just take, I'll just snip off some of that. And again on that side. And then just, so with your pliers, just spiral in. Keep spiraling. And it's up to you, it's whether you, always with these sort of the scrolls, it's whether how practical you find it. You might want to create a closed loop completely there. If you find that it catches on things, that's entirely up to you. So I'd sort of like, because you've got so much wire, maybe have a little test.
Tell you what, Jenny can come back looking very 007. Love it. That's right. That's pretty 007. Emily, regular contributor, saying beautiful designs, absolute perfection, in big Valentine's hugs to you.
Oh, thank you, Emily. That's lovely.
That is a nice message.
Yeah, thank you.
Jenny's was more accurate, that I look like 007. Actually, because I think that Tanzanite could be a sellout. In fact, I think there's more people that in their baskets than strands remaining, so you do need to check out as quickly as possible. I'm going to bring you some of the wax cord now. We've looked at a whole variety of threading materials today, haven't we, with the thread?
We have, yeah.
The memory wire, the weaving cord. We've got that thicker weaving thread in this particular kit, haven't we? And now bringing the wax cord, so you've got 10 metres of each, 10 packs, so 100 metres in total. This is perfect for sort of more of the masculine designs, I suppose, and the macramé pieces, if you pick out the certain colours, of course, the blues, the greys, the
it was
greens.
These, you know, when I said about what were really popular, that I sold quite a few of those, and it was with
yes.
wax cords with those.
Ah, so at your craft fairs where you were selling the bracelets so popular. Well, if you were to buy all of these individually, it'd be £19.50. Still pretty reasonable, considering that means they're just $1.95 per pack. But Phil says he's got something up his sleeve that's much more reasonable. He's taken them down to $7.95 from $19.50.
Wow.
100 metres for $7.95. That works out at, no, 8p per metre. Yeah, 8 pence a metre. 79 pence per pack, should be £1.95 each. That's fairly incredible value.
It is really, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe he's gone a bit crazy in those. He's still got his funny suit on.
Maybe Phil's gone a bit crazy.
Well, yeah.
I think it's a certainty, quite frankly. $7.95 should be $19.50. Love the colour tones. Again, you've got those kind of gemstone colours again, haven't you? So
I mean, they'd work beautifully with anything, but you know, with the kits, that'd be brilliant.
yeah, I mean that one with the colour combination you've used with the teal pearls,
Yeah, fabulous.
That's good. Oh, more people texting into the show. It's Carol. She says, Ed, can you zoom in on the cord? Has it got that shiny surface? I'll let Matt do it because he's on cameras. It has. It's the wax cord. Can we get closer in on that one? So it has got the wax-like finish, but it's kind of muted. If you really want a kind of sheen to the finish of the cord, I suppose, you might want the satin cord. I mean, it's almost as if we planned it. Same gauge, same length, 10 metres, 1mm gauge. This is where you're going to get that more of a sort of sheen to the finish from your satin cord itself. There you can see that. And again, you've got those gorgeous colour tones, including the ever popular rainbow. There you go, there's everything you're going to get. Should be $19.50. I think you know what we're going to do. We're going to match the price of the previous bundle. We're going to take this one down to $7.95 as well. Amazing. So you got the wax cord, 100 metres, 10 different colours for $7.95. Now you've got the satin cord collection. All of those colour tones, 100 metres, 10 different colours, $7.95. It's Valentine's special, isn't it, Claire?
It is.
There you go. Sorry, Claire, I've interrupted your demonstration.
That's okay, that's
I was distracted when somebody said I look like James Bond.
Yeah.
Take much to please me. I'm very pleased.
Right, so you've got your, we've taken the, so you've now got your wings of your butterfly, and we've done the base of the body. So again, with that one, so sorry I did that, so you just roll in and do a little spiral there. And so that's, you're now going to attach your wire body to your shell wings. So using the wire that you've got here, so if we just do a couple of, actually I'm going to take it in and do it from the side first. So I'm just going to, that tail that I had at the back is just coming off at the side, and I'm going to just anchor that side there. And then I'm going to tuck that back through the centre there, in amongst all those that wire workings, try and avoid getting kinks. And again, so I'm going to come over, that's now brought the wire over onto the opposite side, so I'm going to bring that over and back through that centre. So that is securing, so just push it down a little bit. And you can do that as many times as you feel that it needs to be secured. So I'll just do it one more time, bring it through, and then now I want to bring that tail over at the back and up through the top point there.
Actually separates out
yes,
the antenna.
yeah,
Perfect.
it does. And then back through, so just once, just put it, and this is where so now I'm going to attach, so I'm going to have the head, so I've got one of my shell pearl, so if I just thread that on here, so that's going to be the head of my butterfly. So that's going to come through, and again down through that area, and don't worry about this because it all gets covered with gems, so you don't see this working, and it'll even it out here because I've got two wraps on that side, so I can just push that up over onto this side, and that secures the head. And then
lots of people taking advantage of that satin cord deal there. You get 10 metres on each reel. It's 1mm gauge, the satin cord, and you've got 100 metres in total. Exact same deal on the wax cord. It's also 1mm gauge, 10 metres on each reel, 100 metres in total for $7.95.
Okay, so now I'm going to push that tail back through to bring it underneath its head at the front. and then I'm going to thread on 3 of the teal pearls. So you would check how many you would need for the length of the body for it to fill. So I'll just put those on, squidge those up, and then I'm going to just anchor that at the base of the body. Just a couple of times there. So that is the front of your butterfly. So what you need to do now is, and what's good in this is that you can make everything that you need to make it. So we're going to now do the finding, so to keep it attached, so the brooch back. So I'm just going to tuck that tail in to bring it back up into there. So we put that to one side for a minute. So now we're going to make the finding. We're going to make the brooch. Yeah. Pin. So can I just have a? So we're going to make it's that part there. This bit here. So if you take some of your 1 mil and straighten it out so you haven't got any kinks. So if you start midway, let's have a look. So if we start, say, about leave enough of what's going to be your, you'll start off and you're going to make, it'll be the bottom section that you're going to make first. So if you leave yourself enough that you're going to make that section there. So the little hook over that your pin's going to go into, sorry, I'll move that out of the way. So it's this section that we're going to be doing first.
Okay.
Okay. So if you start at that end, so leave yourself enough that you want to be able to do a loop and a bit. So if you start with your pliers, so pinch them round, and then you're going to so make a right angle bend, and then down to the base of your pliers and wrap round. Because you want a bit of a circle just so that it sits nicely on the brooch. So you haven't just got a straight edge that it could sort of all flop about on. So if you try and get your circle and then your straight edge there, and try and get this as in line as you can, going out at the other end. So you've got your shorter end, and then you created the circle, and then going out straight that end, and to try and keep those in line. So you've now got that section there. So again, so taking, having a look and putting it up against what you're going to fit it on, because there's no point doing this section now if it's way up here, because then you will see, which you can get different looks if that's what you want, but I like it all concealed. So you need to sort of work out whereabouts you're going to put in that first bend. So I would say round about there.
Okay.
So then you're just going to pinch it between your pliers.
This is the round nose pliers.
Yeah, round nose pliers all the way around. And you're going to come back on yourself, so making a nice little loop, and all the way back on yourself. So you've now created that section there. So and you've also got a bit of spring in it, which is good. So you now, what you need to do is sort of work out again how long you want to cut off this section, because that's going to be your pin. So again, take that. So we need to bring up now. This is the point where, so again, I would say about there, and you gauge where you think that needs to come up to create that little loop that's going to hold your pin in, and just maybe with your chain nose pliers, just pull that up.
Okay.
and then with your round nose, create just like a little loop that it's going to hook into. So you've
created
yeah,
a secure fastening.
That's it, and just snip off that, and then so that you create a good sharp edge that's going to go through your clothes and not tear any of your clothes.
Sure.
Try and angle with your flush cutters. I'll just snip off some of that so I haven't got as much. If you try and angle and just snip it off so you get a nice sharp point.
Got
there.
Yeah. Makes sense.
And then use your, because you created that little circle,
yeah.
so you can now just weave in and attach that like that. And that's all that one done.
Perfect. Well, we're now going to bring everybody the opportunity to add a tool to their collection. This spiral tool, I believe. Where is it, Phil? Oh, Claire's got it.
I think I've got it.
You've got it.
I've got it.
I see.
It's in little pieces.
Okay. Now this is like quite a mechanical looking tool. This is the Beadle and Spiral Maker tool. So this just makes it much simpler to create uniform spirals to use within your design.
Yeah.
You're going to give us a little demo?
I am. I'm going to try. I'm going to try, yeah. So, because I've put a lot of spirals into quite a few of the designs. So yeah, this would have been very helpful. So it comes. Let me have a look.
See on this feature piece, there's quite a few spiral-looking pieces in there, aren't there?
So these are all the pieces that it comes with.
Right.
So if you take off your washers there. Sorry, put my head in there. So and then take it all apart, and then if you work out what gauge wire you want that you're going to make your spiral in, and then cut off little pieces. Put those there. Of the same gauge, and just make like little loops and pop those on there. And then if you pop the little lid back onto those, and just screw those back on. To secure. So so if you take this part and you've got a little notch there, I don't know if you can see that, and that I've only done this once, so hopefully it'll it went really well the first time.
Okay.
So if you push that in there, and then you want to take your wire and you're going to feed it through. This is the bit where it could go, and if you've got it in through, it's going to go through that little
pilot hole sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gone through.
Yeah. So just a little bit, push it in so it's not sticking out too much. I think the other end, and then I think just twist, because it's sandwiched down. You're going to get a nice.
Oh yeah, it's forming this little spiral for us.
Flat.
Perfect. We'll show you the finished product.
I'll take that off. Yeah.
So the other little pieces that you've put in there, are they just to keep things secure?
I think because I think then it goes. That's the gauge that it'll stay at. Right, it keeps it flat
so
rather than it going.
Keeps it flat at 0.6 or 0.8 or 1 mil, and then it allows you to create these uniform spirals.
Yeah, so that they need to be the same. Oh, same size.
Hello.
Sorry.
Was that the actual piece?
Yes. Sorry. Is it? Thank you. So yeah, there it is.
That wasn't very James Bond, was it? Waving like that. Hold on. That's how it works. The Beadle on Spiral Maker tool. Now, once again, we're going to make this an incredible, add it to your order price of $8.95. So it's under £10 for the bead-along spiral maker tool, and a perfect demonstration. I mean, as antennae for your butterfly.
Yes, they'd be perfect, and they're so uniform, and you know, they look brilliant.
That's
absolutely
one
brilliant.
thing that could, you know, you get slight variations, couldn't you, if you're
very much so,
working freehand with your wire.
So you could just snip out the middle part if you wanted to, or you could like raise that up and put a, you know, that through a drill hole of a gem.
You could put a little Tanzanite in there.
You could, couldn't you? That'd be very nice.
Gorgeous. $8.95 for the tool. Another add it to your order price, and another one fantastic way for you to make the most of that 1 P&P per day. Lots of people taking advantage of that. Thank you for that fantastic demonstration, Claire.
Sorry for it that it went pinging off.
But always, that's all right. Give me a chance to stretch my legs. So yeah, be careful with yours when you're taking it off, and you don't lose your spirals anywhere. $8.95, amazing deal for a fantastic tool. So we're going to now move on to the flower design, aren't they? The one that I've fallen in love with.
Yeah, the big flower.
It's like a layered design. We can have a look at the finished piece there. This is what we're going to show you how to create now. And you could, I suppose, incorporate your spirals into these kind of designs, couldn't you?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, the base at the bottom is, one of the sections is spiral. So, I mean, I'm going to show you how to do them freehand. But yeah, you can...
if you wanted that uniformity.
Very much so,
yeah. Once you're like, you know, quite familiar with that tool as well, I bet it would become a bit of a time saver, wouldn't it?
Yeah, very much so.
Well, okay, people have just woken up and realised we've just launched a brand new tool at $8.95. People flying in on our free phone number. Just to be clear, this is backed by popular demand, so it has been on air before, but it's brand new to me. I've never seen it, but it's new to me. I haven't seen it before, so $8.95 for that tool. My apologies. So it has been on air before, but backed by popular demand, so that's cool.
It's a good tool, that is. Very good.
Yes, there you go.
Okay, so starting off with, so do the flower now. So starting off with your 1 mil wire, and I'm going to do this around the ring mandrel, but again, you can use, you know, I've always got like a nail varnish bottle or something like that.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you can find.
Yeah, however large you, you know, you want the petals to be. So just starting off, so leave yourself a little bit of a tail, as always, because you know you don't know when you're going to need it. Start at the widest point round, and you're going to create, so it's not a circle this time. You want sort of, in a way, you're imitating that shape, because that's going to be our petal.
You want the teardrop shape.
Yeah, that's it. So if we start off, so you've bent it round, and so if I put my finger there, so I know I want to make a little bit. That's where I want the tip of my petal to be, and so I'm just with my thumb just pushing it down the other way. So again, push my ring mandrel through and holding that side, so one side of my finger, that side, and there, and then just bend round again. And again, meeting up with that point. Take your pliers again, and you want to try and keep trying to get that bend in the same sort of place. Again, it's not the end of the world if you don't, because all of this gets covered up, but it just makes it be a bit neater. So however many of these you would do depends on how many petals you want, and normally I do 5, but I think on this occasion there's 6. So just whatever you. So again, bend it round, sort of straighten it out, get your pliers, bend round. So you're making sort of like this petal shaped spring in the same way I have done on other demonstrations, you know, where you can make just you would just coil it round and then open it out if you just wanted round petals, but because I want to sort of emulate the petals of the gems here, so I do want a point on it. So if I just sort of, how many have I got there? So I've got 1, 2, 3. So what I can start to do once I've got however many I want is I'm going to start just fanning these out.
Okay. So it just becomes one sort of
a continuous
base.
Yeah. So on that one there. So you would fan them all out. So if I do one more, if I just do that one like that. And snip off. And again, leave yourself enough of a stalk so you can do something with. So I've got all of my petals there, and at this point you just have to have a little play around with them to make sure, you know, that they're all pretty even, if that's the look you're going for. Again, you might want something where, you know, you've got different shaped petals, so you had say a larger petal, a smaller one, larger, smaller, and you go going around like that. It's entirely up to you what your choice is. So that would be if I were going to have so 5 on that one, so slightly different, but I'll show you. So keep moving around. So I'm going to take this little tail and just hook that, just to give me a bit of security and to hold the shape together a little bit before I use the longer tail once I'm really happy with the shape of it. So again, now I would just keep fanning them out, moving them around until I'm happy with the shape that I've got.
Okay.
And then once I'm happy, I would just use this longer tail and just wrap through and just secure into the flower shape. So that's a much more solid piece there. And again, like I say, you would spend a bit longer, but don't be too precious about it, because all of that gets covered. So if I show you, so if we now work on the once you've got your flower shape, so on that one, you're then going to do yourself some spirals to fit in, and what that also does, that gives you, because on top of it you're going to have these gems, so what you don't really want them on, and then although I put them on so that they're sort of overlapping there, but by having those spirals it just gives you a nice little seat almost, so it doesn't just fall all the way through.
So it becomes a little point of interest in the design, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it's design and functional. So what I would do is, again, so take some of my 1mm, and with my round nose pliers just start off doing my spiral. So again, you could use if you've got the tool, you could do this, but I'm just going to do this freehand. So just bending it round really nicely, just sort of with your thumb, give it a little stroke to just encourage that curve. So you've got a nice smooth curve, and bring this down, and then at that point I would have a look and have a little test of how does that sit nicely inside that petal. You know, do I need to alter it at all? Do I need to open it out a little bit? That's the point. So always have a little check at whatever it's going to sit by, and does it match up quite nicely with the other ones? Yeah, when I'm happy. So then I would take some of my thinner gauge wire that you also get in there, so it's the 0.6,
isn't it, of that one? Yeah. And then the 0.25 of the silver, wasn't it?
Yes, which is really lovely for delicate, if you're going to do delicate wrapping. So holding your spiral there, you're going to just anchor that, so with a few wraps on here, nice and neat and tight. Just wrap that round and trim off. So I've put three wraps on there, turn it round and just snip off really close and tuck it in nicely, because remember this is going to be next to your skin, so keep that. So tuck in those little ends, and then if you take, because you've got this little tail now, so again for added security, because it's still sort of like flopping about a bit, so if you just sort of see where it crosses the line of the petal, the line going down, and if you sort of add, say, I don't know, 5mm, enough that you can just do a little curve, snip it off, and then you're going to at the point where it sort of crosses over on that petal line there, if you just bend it through, so it's going through and back round, and that is going to just give you the security and that keep that spiral still. So we just squeeze that together. So that now is a lot more secure. You can see that it's not flapping about at all. So that's given you, so that's the bottom section of your flower. So if we take the next layer, so you need, so again you've got your 6 petals, so lay them out, so lighten that. So and this one I've got 0.4, and I'm just going to string them on in the same way that we did the butterfly. Just put them all onto your wire. So in the same way, you know, you would make any sort of the really handy flower design. So we just push that through. And again, in the same way that we did before with the butterfly, sort of lay them out to get a feel. And push them together so that you want it to be gradually, as you tighten it up, you want them to sit nicely together. So let's just sit those out. So again, I'm laying it on the palm of my hand and I'm just twisting, and that will tighten up. How they sit nicely, but again, don't worry if they sort of flap about a bit, because you're going to put them on that base, so that'll give them some strength as well. So that's your next section on there, and then you've got, look,
everybody's loving your demonstration of this design, Claire. Yeah, I'm getting lots of texts through from Hazel saying really enjoying the DI show this afternoon. Very clear, very informative, very beautiful. Thank you. I'm inspired to try the brooch back.
Oh, thanks, Hazel. That's good. I'd love to see a picture then. Really like to see a picture.
Send them in.
Yeah.
Glennis texting us so Ed, you are looking particularly handsome today. Nice for us ladies to have some eye candy. Mum. Thank you, Glennis. I'm only messing. Thank you.
So the next section we're going to make. So you've made your first the larger section with the wire. That will then sit on top. So then you also need, you're going to make again, so spiral. So you could see how often in one design you would use that tool.
Spiral tool, yeah, absolutely. People still coming through for that one, actually.
Yeah, it's brilliant. If I was at home, I'd
you'd grab that one, would you?
Yeah, I would do. I would do. So I'm just going to do just a scroll. So starting off, I think that's probably about maybe 10 centimetres or so. Just start off. Again, and again, these, you just match them up with the ones that once you've made one, you can just, if what you're looking for is quite a uniform design, so just check, maybe manipulate it a bit so they all sit nicely. That's how you want to do it, so just check on there, and again, so bend round, sort of just get the wire to go gently the way you want it, and start your spiral going in the other direction. And again, this is up to you whether you want to have a closed loop there. If you feel it sort of catches on clothing or anything, it's entirely up to you. Sort of a trial and error of whatever the piece of jewellery is you're making. So there we go. We squash those out a bit. So you'd make 3 of those. And then you're going to put those on there. So if I just connect those up. So if I just literally with some 0.4, just in any way that you think it's going to secure that, because it will be just so that your spirals are going in the same direction. create a base there, and feed that one through that one, and then that one through. Feed all your tails through so that it sits on top. It's a little bit fiddly at that point. And then it's entirely up to you whether you want, you know, how much you would then put on top of it. So you could put your shell pearls on top there.
Yeah. So it's the level of detailing and embellishment, if you like, is down to you as a designer.
Very much so, yeah, yeah.
I do love your design, I have to say.
So then you would just put all of them on top like that.
Oh, we've had a request, I believe. This has come through from an anonymous. So I say, any sterling silver beads or findings today? Well, my producer says we can bring you some sterling silver findings right now. I believe they're rose gold plated, are they? Yes, rose gold plated sterling silver here. I love the detailing on here. Depending on how you integrate these into the design, it could be seen as kind of like an Aztec style.
They're very delicate, aren't they? Gorgeous.
Yeah, or Grecian, something like that. They're beautiful. That kind of attention to detail attracts sales to your
yeah, very much. Yeah, yeah.
A lot of people say to me that the first thing somebody will do when they come to look at your design is investigate the clasp and the finish before they look at the aesthetic of the
well,
print.
yeah, that's it. Because what you're making isn't, you know, it's not. Although it might be a work of art as well, but people have to wear it, don't they? So you have to have like good, solid findings, because you don't want, you know, to make something really beautiful, wear it once and then it fall off
fall apart. Sure. Well, this is the other great thing about the toggle clasp, because if you were creating quite a gem-heavy or statement-esque piece like you have there, the toggle clasp, of course, the heavier it is, the more secure the fastening becomes.
Because it's pulling on it, isn't it? Yeah.
It's fantastic. You actually get 2 of these rose gold plated sterling silver detailed toggle clasps as part of this particular deal. So you've got the T-bar and the toggle there. You get 2 in total, so not 2 pieces, you actually get 2 of the toggle clasps, just to be clear. That's everything you're going to get, perfect. And it's available right now for $6.95. That's amazing.
Wow.
That's the best of the best, isn't it? Because silver as the base metal, sterling silver as the base metal, and then you've got your rose gold plating, which of course quite popular at the moment, isn't it?
Very,
really on
yeah,
trend,
really,
rose
really,
gold.
yeah. And I love it. I think it's really delicate,
I think it would go quite well actually with the blues. The blues and the
it
rose
would,
gold
yeah,
do
very,
work quite
very
well,
much,
don't
yeah.
they? Gorgeous. $6.95. Another added to your order price. Another opportunity for you to make the most of your 1 P&P per day. And so now with the finish, we're just adding those.
Yeah. So now when you've made, and that, so literally all that's left is you just create a loop of the shell pearl, and then with the other pearls, so round a jump ring that I've demonstrated loads of times before. Just wrap it round, connect. So you just, all you would do then is put these tails that's on the end through the centre, and then sit them on the top. And see,
you put
there
one
you
in
go.
the centre as the stamen, so
That's
there's
it.
another layer.
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous design, Claire.
Thank
People
you.
are literally loving it out there.
Thank you.
Fantastic demonstration.
Thank you.
Very clear, including the tool, which of course is still available at $8.95. We are now going to go to a quick break. When we return, we will be entering into the final hour of the show, and we know what happens then. Phil goes a little bit silly on prices because he wants you to benefit from that 1 P&P per day, giving you add it to your order deals right up until 5 PM, and then the late show will follow suit. So we'll be back in 2 minutes. Don't move a muscle. We're just going to go to a quick break.
Download the JewelleryMaker app today. You can watch our JewelleryMaker shows live, view all the details of the item that is currently on air, as well as browsing all the items from today's show. You can also minimize the video or switch to use as a companion app. Get the JewelleryMaker app today and boost your viewing experience. Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the genuine gemstone company.
Tiger's Eye is a gemstone that can be masculine or feminine. It comes in like these luscious caramel colours, and when you get it in fuchsia, that's my favourite, when it's bright pink. Love that, and the chatoyancy makes it so different. It sort of follows you around the room, so it makes for some really interesting pieces.
Tiger's Eye is one of the first gemstones that I was ever exposed to. My mum bought me a beautiful Tiger's Eye bracelet when I was away at university, and I've worn it ever since. It has a lot of personal value to me. Not only that though, the JewelleryMaker Tiger's Eye which you can get exudes so much chatoyancy, and more chatoyancy than I've ever seen from any other Tiger's Eye. The carat weights are brilliant, you can get it in dyed qualities, but it's the natural essence of the gemstone which I think people find so attractive about it, and that's probably one of the reasons why it's one of our biggest sellers. Join guest designer Alison Tarry on her Wire Brooches DVD. Get creating stunning designs in no time at all as Alison guides you through a step-by-step guide to create these fantastic designs. The easy-to-follow steps shown on the DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will show you the best techniques to get you started. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Join the incredibly talented guest designer Alison Tarry in her very first wire sculpture DVD. In this edition, you will learn all the skills needed to create fabulous scrollwork designs, including a decorative bell, wire booties and an ornamental box. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Valentine's Designer Inspiration Show. My name's Ed, thank you so much for tuning in. We have been inspired all afternoon by the very lovely Claire. How are you, Claire?
Thank you,
okay?
I'm good, thank you. I hope it has been inspiring.
I think it has. We've had lots of lovely feedback from our customers. Don't forget, if you've got anything that you want to share with us, you can text in to 60777. Alternatively, you can use the web text box on JewelleryMaker.com. So if you want to say how amazing Claire has been all day, then feel free. If you want to say how handsome I am, that'll get straight on screen, don't worry about that. There's no need for that laughter in there, guys. Unbelievable. Okay, we're going to bring you, add it to your order deals because we've been very, very busy this afternoon. The kits have, I think, both been sellouts, haven't they? Tanzanite. Single figures of availability, still remaining in stock. Until people check out their baskets, you can add Tanzanite to your order for $19.95. However, if you have been inspired today and you've already got your order up and running, we want you to benefit from that one P&P per day of just $2.95. I'm going to give you excuses to add to your order right now. Where are we going to start, Phil? And we're going to grab this gorgeous, is it Carnelian chain? Set into the brass rosary links. Oh, sorry, copper chain links, my apologies. You get 1 metre length in total. You've got your polished 6mm rounds of Carnelian. Have a look at that. One metre length of gorgeous Carnelian chain. These are the larger polished rounds, so you get that beautiful versatility of colour, the golden tones, beautiful tangerine shades, 120 carats in total, 1 metre length of chain, and I think we've established that we couldn't really recreate it for the prices that we bring it to you based on the amount of work that's gone into these, sourcing the individual carat weights. What do you mean should be $9.95? Another price reduction here on the Designer Inspiration Show. Should be $9.95 down to $6.95. So that is the equivalent of your P&P back in your pocket. And when you consider how many incredible deals we've already brought you this afternoon, or of course, if you tune in to see Lucy and Mark this morning, if you got your order up and running then and maybe you've just walked back in the door, this is a great way to benefit from your one P&P per day. Should be $9.95 down to $6.95. Instantly, I've got 10 people that are in their baskets at that price point, but we only have a limited number available, so last in stock for 1 metre length of chain. We're taking it down to a clearance price. Should be $9.95 down to $6.95. Love these golden tones that you get in this Carnelian as well. Fantastic. Still people texting through to say how incredible you are, Claire. Paula's texting and say Claire makes things I feel like I could imitate. Sorry, I need some glasses, don't I? So Claire makes things I feel like I could imitate. Lovely, but not too difficult for me. Thanks. That's good,
thanks,
isn't it?
Paula. That's lovely. That's a really nice compliment. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's the key thing, I suppose.
Yeah, that's what I try and do.
That are achievable.
Yeah.
Because if they're too out of this world, then people are just going to be like, oh, give up.
You get intimidated, don't you? So yeah, that's brilliant. Oh, thank you.
Jane as well saying, you are very handsome, Ed. Jane, you can come back as well. I'm blushing. I don't blush very often. There you go. Thank you, Coral. Coral just brought me some water because I've got a nasty cough. Wow, so many people multi-buying this one. Jane's got 2, Pat's got 2, Anne's got 2, Eleanor's got 2, Laura's got 2 as well there. Dorothy's got 3 of these chains. Jackie's got 3 as well. That's the way to do it, isn't it? We take it down to a clearance price. Grab them while you can. Oh. Okay, so fewer than 20 remaining, 10 people with it in their baskets. If everyone was to check out, we'd have single figures remaining in stock. So if you do want to grab that, it will only be available at the clearance price. I would normally say until 9 AM tomorrow, but let's face it, it's while stocks last. It's going to be a sell-out deal. That's going to be gone, I would suspect, by about 4:15, never mind 9 AM tomorrow morning. Okay, we're going to move on. Now these are gorgeous, and I'm going to once again take issue with the colour assessment on this. I think the previous strand of pearls we had was described as teal pearls, and they were slightly deeper shade. These are turquoise. It's the only way to say it. They've got that real turquoise shade to them. I think they're slightly more vibrant, a little more of a sort of neon pearlescence to them. Actually, it's almost like you've got a kind of peacock pearlescence to them. Quite interesting because the finish to them is quite beautiful and polished, and yet you've got subtle variations in the size and the shape, so it gives you that organic quality as well, doesn't it?
It's like a real wow pop colour from here, really standing out, yeah.
Actually, again, these would go really well with your beautiful dress, Claire.
Oh, thank you, yeah.
The royal blue and the turquoise.
Yeah, they would.
Gorgeous. Everyone's a designer. Producer Phil saying silver jump rings, bit of chainmail with them.
Yeah, could you use those for chainmail?
Oh right, you were just stitching me
Yeah,
up.
thanks, Phil.
He tricked me. He tricked me. 7 by 8 millimetres in size, so that variation in the organic quality of the pearls is accounted for in the description. I suppose if you did want to tone them down, you could set them with, you know, deeper colour tones and draw on the teal hues. I'm just seeing quite a vibrant shade from them. Whoa, okay, should have been $7.95, just to help you out, down to $6.95. Can't be bad, can it? And is that, once again, a limited availability deal? Yes, okay, so fewer than 50 strands. When we started, we had around about, what was it, 35? So we had 35 strands available. We've got far fewer than that now. And people were checking out at $7.95. Don't panic. If you were quickly on the phone lines or you add it to your basket instantly, everyone pays the same final low price here at JewelleryMaker. We've taken it down to $6.95, so that's an amazing deal, isn't it? Your beautiful turquoise Baroque pearls there, 7 by 8mm in size, available right now for $6.95. Grab them while you can. And of course, anytime you're working with cultured pearls, you're adding value to your designs. People tend to associate very considered price points with pearl jewellery. It has those connotations with luxury designs.
It looked great with the rose gold findings that you did earlier. Really
toggle
pretty.
clasps, yeah. Great combination.
Yeah.
We've had a fantastic message from Bev in Cumbria, apparently. It says, Bev from Cumbria. Hi, Ed and Claire. Been watching for years and never bought anything until I watched Claire. I loved what you did. You gave me my new hobby. Love all the gems, especially Ed. Thanks.
Oh, that's lovely, Bev. Oh.
Best messages ever today.
Yeah, but lovely.
Okay. Suit and tie from now on. That's it.
Is it going to be every show now?
Oh, we might have to take it down just for treats. I don't want everybody getting distracted.
I know you'd be spoiling us every day, and we'd get used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll get watered down then, won't it?
Yeah.
It'll be conditioned to seeing me looking handsome. Tomorrow, no handsomeness. Nah, I'm only joking. I can't help it.
No effort required.
Just comes naturally to me. I'm naturally handsome. That's what my mum says anyway. Okay, moving on. Producer's not impressed with this talk. Have a look at this. $380 carats of carnelian cubes, 10mm in dimensions. Again, you've got that fantastic variation in the colour tones, from the kind of cherry reds, the tangerines, the apricots, the golden hues. In fact, how about if you just grabbed that metre length of carnelian chain, job's done for you. These would be fantastic charms, actually, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would, with a head pin and like on the bracelets, or a nice, you know, all the cords that we did.
Yeah.
Really nice, yeah.
Set them into macramé bracelets.
Yeah.
Or how about as a variation, you know, the kind of bubble cluster designs, where you have the head pin as a feature, but with cuboids instead of you
that'd
know,
be
plain
great.
rounds.
That'd
That
be
might be interesting.
Yeah, that'd make noise, wouldn't it? It'd be lovely, really. Yeah.
Yeah, have that kind of tactile sound to it
Yeah.
as well. 380 carats of carnelian now, so this is a very, very impressive collection. Fantastic shape, because of course anything that offers you those sort of angular dynamic looks is quite designer-esque at the moment, isn't it? These are really popular, and of course very versatile colour tone. You can imagine this will suit so many different designs. 380 carats, 10mm in size. Wow, I definitely wasn't expecting to see that price. $6.95. I am. Colour me impressed. 380 carats of carnelian cubes for $6.95. Another add it to your order price. I did say we are extremely busy this afternoon, so if you want to grab any of these last of stock deals, you need to be coming through as quickly as possible. Take advantage. If you place them in your baskets, you know what to do. If you are coming through to a queue on our free phone line, I did say we're busy, but don't panic, stay where you are. A member of our very helpful call centre team will be with you shortly to add these to your order. Just $6.95. Ah, there you go. They've caught up with the calls already. That's how good they are. Okay, we're going to move on from this particular deal. But as I say, more than 10 people have got this in their basket, so quicker you check out, the more chance there is that you're going to be successful with that particular deal. There you go. Phone buyers coming through now to multi-buy the strand. Got to be quick. We've got another variety of our gemstone chain here. This time the very, very delicate rosary links with the faceted rondelles. So this is rose gold plated sterling silver chain, and you've got the faceted rondelles of beautiful Rhodonite set into this. I mean, look at that, 1 metre length. I'll just tell you what producer Phil said in my ear. Oh, actually, is it a bundle name for tomorrow? Well, I'll leave it as a little treat for you. Yeah? Okay, I'll tell you. He says I can tell you. He's built a bundle of Rhodonite coming up. Next week it'll probably be, I would think. Before It Gets Dark, it's called. It's a collection of Rhodonite. This is the man who tells me my jokes aren't good enough. Unbelievable. This country. 1 metre of rose gold plated sterling silver chain with all of those little individual hand wrapped rosary link loops. 30 carats of Rhodonite rondelles. Should be £24.95. For the last in stock, we're going to put a crisp £10 note back in your pocket. Boom. Down to £14.95. For anybody who is fortunate enough to be dialing that free phone number right now, you can grab this 1 metre length of Rhodonite chain set into rose gold plated sterling silver. And can you see the depth of that colour? It's a gorgeous apple green tone. Actually, do you know what I would put this alongside? On Thursday morning, I was privileged enough to launch a most fantastic strand of jadeite rounds. Now, if you're watching and you grab that strand, I mean, it was exquisite. Piedra el Jada. That's the Spanish name for jadeite. If you grab that strand, this would be the perfect accent. It's got that very, very similar apple green tone to the gemstones. You've got rose gold plated sterling silver, so the metal tone here adds that same level of prestige and luxury to your designs. Oh, I've only got 10 remaining in stock. Oh, and there's 10 people that are in their baskets, so I think that's going to be another sell-out deal. We're going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Wow. I know for a fact that this has been on air with me on the Late Show once. Is that correct? We're now looking at the last of stock. This is probably one of the most impressive strands of amber I think I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker. It is absolutely gorgeous. Not only do you get the variations in the colour tone from the almost jet blacks to the kind of cognac tones, the golden tones. It's just exquisite, but very, very large nuggets. They range in size from 11 by 7 to 22 by 10 millimetres in size. The only drawback to this particular opportunity is that I've got fewer than 20 of this strand remaining in stock. I mean, amber is one of those sort of ever-present gemstones, if you like. It's a gorgeous mineral. People are aware of it. They want to have it within their collections, but it's so difficult for us to get hold of. It's a great way for you to add value to your designs. The colour tones are exquisite. It's just awesome, isn't it? Fossilised tree resin, that's what we're actually looking at here. So, oh, okay. 10 people have already grabbed it. I had fewer than 20 to begin with. Single figures remaining in stock now. Multicoloured amber, but $39.95. This is the way to add value to your designs. Absolutely incredible. I'm actually mesmerised by that. Is this a kind of mineral that you find to be popular, Claire?
They're very striking, aren't they? They really are. I mean, they're not like some strands I would say like they're pretty or delicate, but that is just, it's so wow and striking. It really is.
mean, you probably go as far as to say that's a design in its own right.
Yeah, completely, absolutely.
The variations in the colour
yeah.
are so interesting.
Yeah.
Gotta say, I am mesmerised by these colour tones that you get in the multicoloured amber. I mean, more often than not, when we look for quality in a gemstone or a mineral, we're looking for consistency in colour, aren't we? But when you've got an organic mineral like this, something so unique, I think the actual difference in the colours is going to be a massive draw. Somebody's just grabbed 2 strands of this. That's the way to do it, isn't it? So $39.95. I love it. Absolutely love this strand. There's something so special about this. If you've got this in your basket, I'm afraid you do need to start checking out. I've got just a handful remaining in stock, and the opportunity to bring your amber is a little bit few and far between. I think the last time we had a delivery of amber was actually at the end of last year, so we're probably looking at every sort of 2 or 3 months, if we're lucky, to source the gemstone itself. Actually, we've had somebody message in about a mystery bundle. The mystery 10-strand bundle that we offered you last week, was it, that we did one of those? Oh, it's always available on our website, I understand. This is where you don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a designer challenge, really, isn't it? So you could get anything. Just received my mystery 10-strand bundle. I added it to an order as an impulse buy. Such great value. I had fab mix of gemstones. There you go. If you want a little shout out, don't forget to include your name when you message in. That's quite an interesting concept, actually, isn't it?
I think, like you say, you challenge yourself, don't you? Rather than staying in your comfort zones, you do something different.
Yeah, it's what you were alluding to earlier, you know, with the kits having such an expansive amount in them, or stocking up on your findings, when you're not limited by trying to be thrifty, if you like.
Yeah, and you can you
can throw caution to the wind and be a bit more experimental. You're going to learn much more about yourself as a designer if you go out of your comfort zone, aren't you?
Brilliant, yeah, definitely. And I just think with those amber, it's like you know, like little piece of history, isn't it? And I think I would separate and, you know, do some wire wrapping on rings, because there's so much going on in each of them.
I think solitaire rings would be a great way to go with your amber, wouldn't you? The other thing about amber is it's very, very lightweight. Fossilised tree resin. So some people think of it as like tree sap that's fossilised. That's not the case. Tree resin. So it's actually the resin of the trees that's been sort of you know, had lots and lots of pressure applied to it over millions and millions of years, and then it's been excavated then, so it's very, very lightweight. Solitaire ring would be great because you could create the weightiness with the wire wrapping, couldn't you? Yeah,
definitely. And with so much going on with them, they're beautiful. And having respect, really, isn't it? Like, it's like in the way with pearls, having respect for, you know, the gems you're working with. You know, there's a lot gone into it, hasn't there, to get to that point?
Yeah, I think having that connection with Mother Nature within the design as well is a big seller, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to move on because it looks like that will be a sellout deal, but you do need to check out your baskets. Ooh. Tell you what, it's a great time to be stocking up on this gemstone. This is March's birthstone. The quality of our aquamarine at the moment has gone through the roof. 60 carats of aquamarine here, little faceted wheels, or I always think of these as being a little bit of a hybrid between our rondelles and our bicones. Kind of like an angular faceted rondelle. Very, very useful for a number of different designs. Look at that consistency of colour, that beautiful sky blue tone, aquamarine blue, really, isn't it? And they range in size from 7x3 to 10x4, 60 carats in total. This must come from our Gems of Distinction range because of the quality of the aquamarine. $11.95. That is incredible for 60 carats of aquamarine. That quality, that clarity, that colour tone. These are ticking all of the kind of traditional gemstone classifications would be applied by, you know, a master jeweller. Oh, and then Phil comes along. Decides to take it under £10 to make it and add it to your order deal. Should be $11.95 down to $9.95. I have to say, aquamarine of this quality for $11.95 is already amazing value. I mean, look at the way the faceting is allowing that to sparkle. And yet, we are able to offer you that at under £10. £9.95. Oh, yes, this is attracting a lot of attention from regular viewers. Wow, congratulations to Jane. You just grabbed 3 strands of aquamarine, and Margaret's got 2. Wow. Huge percentage of the customers multi-buying this strand. People can clearly recognise the quality of our aquamarine at the moment here at JewelleryMaker. If you want to add this to your order, then I would definitely suggest that you start that now. I hope that the sparkle that I'm seeing is coming across on screen. Ah, there we go. Not always easy in our studio lights, but I can certainly see the way those facets are helping this gemstone to come to life, sparkling beautifully. It's available right now for £9.95. Grab it while you can. How many, sorry? There's 4 remaining in stock. There you go. Deborah just grabbed 2 as well, so you've got to be taking advantage of a deal like that. Okie dokie. How about, it has to be 5 really. You know what I mean? This is really a gemstone that epitomises the day. It's the gemstone of Valentine's in heart shapes. Can't really go wrong with amethyst hearts, can you, Claire?
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
Beautiful. 200 carats. 200 carats. 12 millimeters in size. They are hand carved into little heart shapes. I'll show you because they do have the little indentation. Can you see that? I mean, the gemstone here is going to do all of the work for you. I mean, one of those as a pendant or a charm or a solitaire ring like we were just discussing.
Yeah. I
Can't
think
go
I would
wrong.
use them on as little charms. Definitely little charms.
And we were talking yesterday about hearts, and we were saying, like, it doesn't always have to be sort of encompassing ideals of romance, just any kind of love, really. So it could be platonic love for a
I
friend.
would give one to Lola or Ellen. Yeah, you know, like a motherly love, definitely.
Yeah, there you go, motherly love,
Yeah.
sisters,
Yeah.
brothers, that kind of thing. So you can't go wrong. 200 carats in total, and of course, amethyst, one of the most recognisable gemstones on the market. You're doing yourself a disservice if you don't include amethyst within your collection, aren't you? In fact, when I was talking to Mark Smith the other day, because he's very successful in his endeavours doing craft fairs, of course, and he's just put together the craft fair tips and hints DVD, didn't he, for Christmas?
Yeah.
He was saying that he's a very methodical man, as you'll know. He colour graduates his stall, of course. A third of his stall is made up of purple gemstones, mostly amethyst.
Yeah, it is very popular, isn't it, though? And it goes with a lot of things. And
I suppose as well, what I always think is that when people go to craft fairs, they do go with the intention of buying something. They don't want to come away empty-handed, because that's the nature of shopping, isn't it? Or maybe some people are going for inspiration, for example, to see what other people are doing. But people never really want to feel undermined by the person they're buying from, do they? And amethyst is a great sort of groundbreaker, I think, a little bit of an icebreaker, because people are aware of it. So
Yeah,
it allows them
everybody
to give
knows it,
themselves
yeah.
a little pat on the back.
Yes.
Like, is that amethyst?
Yeah.
And then it builds rapport.
with that one, so you've got amethyst there, but also the shape, in everybody, hearts and
sell,
stars
don't
really,
they?
yeah,
They sell.
very much
That's
so.
the bottom line.
Yeah.
I mean, when people see this, in fact, you could almost use them. You could put 2 together. They would be facing the same way, wouldn't they? Butterfly wings, I was thinking. What do you reckon? If you put them together,
Yeah,
little
definitely
amethyst
you could.
butterfly wings.
Yeah.
There's no metallic tone that wouldn't go with that either. So you could use silver wire, copper wire, antique bronze, gold wire.
Yeah, rose gold. Yeah, have a nice sort of bit of wire work back for them to sit on.
Gorgeous.
That'd be lovely.
Yeah, you could use those and recreate the brooch design,
Yes,
but with
yeah.
amethyst wings.
Yeah.
You like that? On fire, designer inspiration from the big dog. Okay, people flying in for that one, as ever. And again, lots and lots of people multi-buying, so congratulations if you're picking up 2 strands of amethyst puppy hearts. We've got people getting 2s, even 3s of those. Vicky's got 2, Anne's got 2, Laura's got 2. Amazing. $6.95 for that particular strand. If you've got it in your basket, you know what to do. Okay, we're going to move on from that particular deal. I mean, very in keeping with this month. If you didn't know why I said that, because not everybody is au fait with the gemstones and their associations, amethyst is actually the birthstone for February, and so it's often associated as being the gemstone of Valentine, so that's why I said that. Absolutely gorgeous combination of your pearl shell cabochons. Actually, do you know what these would go well with, really beautifully, with Claire's Challenge? With the garnet and the Baroque pearls. We're going to have a look at... Sorry, I'm just going to move those sideways so we can see that. Sorry, guys. These have never actually been available as individual items, but that's what we're doing today. For the last in stock, I'll tell you who would love these. Luscious Linda, our resident designer. She's on tomorrow morning with Lucy. She's back on the show, on the Designer Inspiration Show on Wednesday with me, her partner in crime. Can't wait. $8.95 is the price, less than £3 per cabochon there. 30mm in size. Oh, and we're not even staying there. Don't know why I bother. Should be $8.95, down to $6.95. It is a last in stock deal. The reason I say that is just that Linda tends to focus on kind of vintage style or bridal kind of looks. She always tells me she loves her shell pearl, and she would traditionally match it up with cultured pearls because you get the uniformity, you get the larger sizes.
But it's a contrast as well, isn't it? You know how you said with the Baroque pearls, so if you did put the Baroque pearls around the edge, you've got the contrast there.
Yes.
There's something similar, but it's you've got the subtle differences.
I think
that's
the key with design, isn't it? You don't want to do anything, well, depending on what you want to create, but sometimes, you don't want to do something too dramatic, but you do want to draw the eye into the focal point, and this would be perfect, wouldn't it? $6.95. Lots of people taking advantage of this deal. Again, multi-buyers out in force today, aren't they? People really taking advantage of that one P&P per day. I mean, these shell pearl cabochons being used to great effect by some of our designers at the moment. Rachel Norris, for example, setting them into some of her wirework pieces, with the central stamen of a wirework flower design. And I think, was it Prue who created this design? Don't know what inspired that particular design. It's gorgeous, actually, isn't it? Little ones would love that one, wouldn't they? $6.95 is the price point, but only available at that price until 9 AM tomorrow morning, or while they're available, because again, approaching limited availability. Oh, I love the finish on these. We don't see these flat drops very often, do we? These would be perfect in floral motifs. Gorgeous colour tones, very earthy colours. So forest greens, golden tones, even sort of mauve shades there coming through. Each and every gemstone completely individual. Look at this one, for example. Almost like a kind of moss-like colour tones, isn't it? Love that. They're 25 by 18mm in size, could be used as leaves or petals. Maybe you just want to use them as feature pendants. They're certainly large enough to be the focal point of a design. 350 carats in total. I'll count them up for you. I've got quite a few here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 individual gemstones. That is a guesstimation, just to be clear. You might find you get 15, you might find you get 17. You will be guaranteed to get 350 carats for $6.95. Wow. More often than not, when we're looking at gemstones that are as large as this, they tend to be faceted, don't they? But these are beautiful polished, kind of flat drops. So I'll show you that just how beautifully they're going to sit in the design. They've got that flat base. Gorgeous. Oh, I love the colours in that one. Really subtle but gorgeous. $6.95 is the price point for these. So another add it to your order deal. $6.95. Plenty of people adding this to their order to take advantage of that 1 P&P per day. Great opportunity. Multi-buyers. Tell you what, regular viewers know that when they're paying 1 P&P per day of just $2.95, they need to take advantage as often as possible. We're going to move on. Cool. These are statement style pieces. This time, without the uniformity, because you've got irregularities in the shape. Wow. Okay, I've picked out my favourite one. Yeah, it's pretty clear which one I'm going to go for. Look at that for some banding. You get 600 carats of red agate. Look at this, Claire.
Wow.
Love the band.
Like, you know, with the amber, you've got, it's almost like a landscape going on, isn't it? Each individual, so much going on in each gem.
Amber on the neckline, and then that is the central pattern. That is just a design.
Fantastic, yeah.
Done for you right there. You've got 600 carats on this strand. Beautiful variations in the colours. Between the kind of burnt amber tones, the almost terracotta-like shades. I mean, that one is just really intense, isn't it, in terms of the banding? You've even got jet black shades coming through there. They range in size from 35 by 29 to 46 by 32. And these kind of trapezoid-like shapes, if you like, are really interesting for providing, you know, a bespoke look to each design, aren't they?
Yeah, I think, and from my point of view, because I'm not, I haven't set or wrapped, you know, cabochons too much, so
yes.
I think as a really, really good starting point, if you're, you know, if you're not that confident doing that, is when you've got a drill hole like that, but you would get a similar effect, and you've got that security.
So use that as an anchor hole.
Yeah.
And then start to develop your skills surrounding cabochons by working with a gemstone that has a drill hole.
That's it.
But it's still got the larger surface area, so you can achieve all the similar looks.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, you could even probably get away with using those in sort of cocktail style rings.
Yes, you could do. I mean, that one there would be fantastic, wouldn't it, with all that?
I want that in the design.
On,
I don't know what I could wear that would have that in it, but I just love the gemstone. I'll probably just carry the gemstone around, to be honest. Actually, do you know what? If you go on Angela Edwards' business course, which lots of people find very, very useful and informative, she actually says that some people, you know, do come armed with sort of pocket money, if you like, to stores, and they are prepared to spend money just to get interesting gemstones in there. You know, have a little selection of your organza bags, have a little basket of the most interesting gemstones. People will pay sort of £3, £4, £5 for that one gemstone. The whole strand's only been $6.95.
I know that when if we take Lola anywhere, that's the thing that she always loves to buy. So she spends, you know, her pocket money on gems.
How old's Lola, if you don't mind me
asking? She's 7.
She's 7, okay.
I think, 7. So yeah, she loves all. So it's all ages, isn't it?
Quite inquisitive now,
yeah.
That's really interesting. Actually, I think that's what Angela was referring to, saying like, you know, people who have gone there looking for jewellery designs, but they've brought their youngsters with them, and they've said like, here's a bit of pocket money.
That's it.
Or whatever. And if they come back and they're like, look what I've got, you know, and it always sort of sparks an interest in gemstones and gemology. It's a great link to the kind of the chemistry, the physics, the biology that you end up learning at school anyway, isn't it?
That's
Just to have a little grounding in it. There's no harm in that. The earlier they start, the easier it is, believe me. People multi-buying now on this one as well, so congratulations. Jackie, you've got 2, Gwen's got 2, Laura's got 2 as well. Amazing. These are heading out all over the globe as well. We've got buyers on the continent, buyer in California grabbing these as well, just $6.95. Moving on. Ah, easy for you to say, Philip. Look at this. So, we were talking earlier when we looked at our Labradorite bundle about the kind of mystical properties that seem to kind of emanate from a gemstone that has an optical effect. You know, the two most famous being Labradorite and Moonstone, I suppose, because of the adulorescence that you see in the Moonstone and the labradorescence that you find in the Labradorite. Interestingly here, the optical effect's a little bit muted, not quite as dramatic, so you've got this kind of beautiful white or silver schiller coming through in the white Moonstone. Great investment for people who are maybe focused on bridal boutique jewellery, because people sometimes don't want that blue schiller in their designs. They want something of interest, but they don't necessarily want a colour tone.
Yeah.
Those would be perfect, wouldn't they? The white Moonstone.
Just little details in tiaras or head combs, just to get a little gentle sparkle if they don't want, like, you know, something really.
Which, I mean,
Beautiful.
they've just got cufflinks written all over them for me. Can't help myself. 8mm polished round to the Labrador. I'll show you the labradorescence because it is very impressive. Every time I turn it towards the light, I lose the labradorescence. It seems to be. I think it's just trying to stitch me up. Can I show you this? I've got like a little rainbow of labradorescence here. As soon as I tilt it towards the. You can catch it just on the outer edge because they've been polished so brilliantly. As I turn them towards the studio lights, I'm losing the labradorescence. Useful as always. We are going to give you both of these strands for an incredible price. Oh, wow, really? Less than £5 per strand. You've got 40 carats of your faceted white Moonstone. You've got 150 carats of your 8mm polished strands of Labradorite. And right now, the bundle is available for £9.95. Amazing. What's going on in there? It's this strange sound I can hear. Oh, I know what it is.
Is it Phil inflating?
It's exactly what it is, Claire. You guessed it. My favourite sentence, in fact, I've ever heard. I was going to say it on JewelleryMaker. I think the favourite sentence is, if you've just tuned in, we're just watching Phil inflate. All will be revealed. If you weren't watching at the changeover, it all will be revealed. Where are we going to? Oh, sorry. I love this combination of gemstones. Such a dramatic look. Literally like watching a storm cloud roll across the sky, but in the heart shapes. So you've got the crackled quartz in this kind of, what would you describe it as? Kind of midnight blue or storm cloud grey? Something like that. Really gorgeous. So those are 10mm puffy hearts. And then you've got 14mm black obsidian. Oh, and even, I think we're able to show the effect of the obsidian as well. It looks jet black there, but as I move it in the light, you'll see this little golden shimmer inside the gemstone. Hope it's coming through. There we go, you can just see it on the outer edge there, that little golden schiller there. That is very, very evident in every single gemstone. Both beautiful heart shapes. Design's done for you, really, isn't it? I like the name for this because it does, you know, spark connotations of kind of more gothic style designs, actually, doesn't it? Because of the drama that you get in both the obsidian and the crackled quartz. Available right now for £12.95. That's another amazing add it to your order price for a gemstone strand that's going to do all the work for you. You know, when you're including hearts in your designs, you know people are going to be attracted to the designs. You know they're going to be prepared to part with cash to get these gemstones into their collection. And this, I suppose you could see them almost as neutral light tones because they're going to work with so many different gemstones. But I actually think the gemstones themselves have a lot of drama about them. I'd quite like to use these as the focal point of the designs, I think. Hopefully that little effect that you get from obsidian. There you go. so beautifully polished that I'm getting the reflection of the lights. Can you see that? Yes. There you go. So that little golden shilly, you're going to see that when the gemstone moves in the light. Really impressive. Got to see it in the flesh to experience it. Of course, you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee here at JewelleryMaker, so you can take advantage of that deal. Right now, we're going to continue with the Valentine's theme now, because we've got another bundle featuring hearts this time. Producer Phil's favourite gemstone, gorgeous Rhodonite. Sorry. Rhodonite Delight. Phil. Okay, 14mm hearts in your Rhodonite, over 200 carats. 3mm rounds, 25 carats in the perfect polish rounds. Let's get the price point on screen, and Phil, get out here. I'm going to take this down to $9.95. Again, you've got the heart shapes there, so they can do all the work for you, but here you've got the perfect accent gemstone. I'm sorry that I wasn't focused on what I was doing, but Phil, what have you come as?
I don't know.
He's wearing his tux, his inflatable tux.
It's good, isn't it?
It's so fantastic.
That's what you are.
I'm massively jealous.
I'm doing a very good job here, telling that. Showing all the people.
I'm sorry, I'm slightly distracted. Sorry, Phil.
Sorry.
He said to me earlier, he's like, it's a good Valentine's costume, isn't it? It is. Who has a Valentine's costume?
I don't know.
This is an all-in-one suit.
Yeah.
It self-inflates.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I love it. I love it so much. So if you missed out at 5 to 1 this afternoon, this is Phil's return to glory in his inflatable
It's
suit.
hard to produce with this on, believe it or not.
That's why he's had to go so low, because you can only just reach the mouse. It just takes
Reach
a
the 6 button.
only reach the Unbelievable. That's what I have to put up with. Unbelievable. This country. Rhodonite Delight. Over 200 carats of your Rhodonite hearts. Love this combination because you've got those beautiful pinks with the gorgeous black banding there. There you go. The hearts will make lovely cufflinks for Father's Day. I wonder if Anne was talking about the obsidian hearts, actually, because I would.
They would, yeah. They would.
Although,
you're right, they'd make beautiful.
Charcoal and pink, common combination for gents this year, apparently. Right now, we are actually, that together all works rather beautifully, doesn't it? What is it? What is it? When's Father's Day? Isn't it? Is that in June?
I think it is. I think it is June.
I've got a way off. $9.95 is the price point for your Rhodonite bundle there. Fantastic. Maybe you've just got maybe your father has a birthday coming up and you want to create a piece of bespoke jewellery. I can tell you that there are gents out there who love to own cufflinks. I don't know any, but Tom Dork's a cufflink fan as well. He's a cufflink fan too. Tom's our director on the Late Show this evening, if you're wondering who Tom Dorks is. He'll be cutting alley in Vision this evening. $9.95 for that particular bundle. Oh, now we're going to bring you a bundle that would go with both of our kits today, I have to say, because it's got more of these kind of vibrant colours.
They would complement it beautifully, wouldn't they? Yeah, really well with the bright colours.
You've got the emerald green trapezoid shapes. Then you've got the turquoise magnesite in the perfect rounds. Those are 6mm rounds. And then you've got yellow agate in faceted 12mm rounds. I mean, those are very sort of tropical feel to it, hasn't it?
They're like really like a juicy.
Yeah, those are like
strands.
pineapple colour
Yes,
tones, don't
yeah.
they? Yeah. Oh, I love that. A totally tropical bundle. Bright and funky, in fact, it's named. Now, if you're to buy all 3 strands individually, you're looking at a price point of $12.85, already pretty phenomenal value. We're not staying there. Really? He's inflated. He can only hit the first button he can actually reach with his suit on. $6.95, the lowest possible price for a gemstone bundle here at JewelleryMaker. I'll tell you what, if you want me to get suited and booted every day, Phil, I want you to come in that inflatable suit every day. And if these are the prices you're going to give... Said you can't afford the batteries. I'll pay for the batteries if you wear that every day, definitely. Okay, people starting to realise just exactly what we've done. We've taken all 3 strands now down to $6.95. Grab it while you can. Unfortunately, it's a limited edition bundle. It's only available till 9 AM tomorrow, or while stocks last. If you want to grab it, you can do so now. They add it to your order price of $6.95. Moving on. Oh, I think you mean 30. Yeah. Gorgeous citrine slabs here, faceted beautifully. Again, I mean, I'm just thinking alongside your amber. Think, Claire?
Yeah, that'd be a great combination, wouldn't it? Really,
Those golden
lovely
tones
yellows,
that you've got. They're beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
450 carats of natural citrine here. Look at that, you've got the golden shades there, the kind of honey tones, then you've got the lighter colour shades as well. They range in size from 18 by 14 to 26 by 17, over 400 carats in total, and I love the faceted finish you've got on the surface that really allows the light to play on the surface. Again, you've probably got some which are small enough to be used as sort of cocktail style rings, others which are large enough to be feature pendants, so you can't go wrong with this strand. 450 carats in total. Here comes your price point, $14.95 for 450 carats of citrine. The gemstone of happiness, it's often referred to as. It is a last in stock deal, so if you want to grab it, you do need to act with a little bit of urgency, and as a result, we're going to take it to a clearance price right now. $9.95. Did you say the last 20 in stock? Okay, so there's only 20 in stock, so we've taken it down to under £10. Amazing.
It is a crazy price. And again, if you're just starting, you know, just do a stretchy bracelet with those, and how statement that would be, and you know, just really, really give you confidence that if you just started off, you've got a beautiful piece of jewellery.
Catwalk-esque,
yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. Still people getting involved with the show, messaging in, that's what we like to see. It says, thank you, JM. Money can't buy this kind of therapy. Priceless. Can't stop laughing. Been watching all day to see Phil's suit again. That suit is hilarious. $9.95 is the clearance price. That is going to be another sellout deal. Now, earlier on today, we brought you a beautiful combination of garnet and Baroque pearls in a bundle, didn't we? And we challenged Claire to see what she would do with that. So we're going to go over and have a look at what Claire has created with that. Gorgeous. Now, we have been bothering Claire quite a lot.
I don't know where the time has gone. I don't know where the time has gone.
Well, your demonstrations have been amazing today.
Sorry,
everybody's been really enjoying them.
Thank you.
And you've still managed to put together this fantastic design. I mean, it is really a match made in heaven, isn't it?
It is. It is. And I just thought with the day, it is, yeah.
You've done something Valentine's inspired.
Yes,
I like that. An asymmetrical look, isn't it?
Yeah. I do like the asymmetric look. I really like it. And those pearls are amazing. They're fabulous.
These are the kind of pearls that people can be 100% confident that they are the real deal. They've been created by Mother Nature, because they've got those subtle irregularities on the surface. On screen now, you can see details for our strand of Tanzanite. Oh, is that correct? Oh, okay, and it just sold out as we brought the graphics on screen. It's been a sell-out deal. There you go. So, take advantage when you get the chance, I'm afraid, for Tanzanite. Are we going to be able to show people the details for the garnet and pearl bundle? Oh, that's sold out as well. Really busy show today, Claire, as you can see. So, most of the items we have brought you have been sell-out deals. There will still be some opportunities. You can check online for what you can add to your order. I mean, we brought, how about the silver-plated? There it is, that's the one I was thinking of. The detailed copper combination was just $8.95, and it had those really interesting earring findings in it,
they were,
fabulous. They were gorgeous.
Yeah.
$8.95, that's a great add it to your order deal. If you do want to take advantage of any of the items that are still available, check online or call the call centre for details. Coming up in just a couple of minutes' time will be the Late Show. Ali, and who are you joined by, Ali? Oh, Sue, who is another very talented craft fair designer. So Sue will take you through ways to potentially sell your designs. Claire, thank you so much for your designs today. Everyone's loved the show.
Oh, thank
Demos
you.
have been great.
Had a great time.
Next time we're together, I'll bring you a gift.
Yeah, I've heard all this before.
I'm in the doghouse. What can I do? I'll be back tomorrow with the lovely Gemma Crow, I believe, for a patina special. So if that's a medium you're interested in, then tune in. There'll be lots of wire work and amazing deals from the wonderful Phil. Thanks to all the team, especially Coral, she's been looking after me. Stay tuned now for the Late Show with Ali. Thank you and good afternoon.